Just wait for the live stream to pick up. Okay, good morning. I'm Councillor Paul Heinrich. I'm chairing the meeting today. For those members of the public who haven't attended before, offices are either side of me and round to the corner. Members who will make the decision are in front. Could I ask officers to introduce themselves? I can start on the left, please.
Hi, I'm Lauren Gregory. I'm the Democratic Services Officer for Regulatory Committees.
Matt Stonebridge, also Democratic Service Officer.
My name is Jeff Lyon. I'm the Development Management and Major Projects Manager.
Morning, I'm Richard Riggs. I'm the Senior Planning Officer in the Majors team.
Good morning, my name is Joseph Barrow. I'm a Senior Planning Officer.
I'm Russell Stock. I'm the team leader for the Major Projects team.
I'm Keris Whitten. I'm Senior Landscape Officer.
Thank you. Last but not least, most important.
Far from that, Chair. Morning, everybody. My name's Noel Doran. I'm a solicitor and legal advisor this morning to Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Some basic housekeeping first. Please turn mobiles off and remind me to do mine. There are no fire alarms of any sort planned today. If the alarms do sound, exits are there, and their officers will lead you to the assembly points on the car park or front of the building. We will be taking a break around about 11 o'clock. And for members' benefit, if we are still here at lunchtime, lunch will be provided. If we finish slightly earlier, lunch will still be provided. Okay. Could I remind members of the public you should not speak to committee members or officers either during the meeting or during the coffee break. Okay, could we have apologies, please, Lauren?
Apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Fitch-Tillett, Holiday, Lloyd, Varley and Withington, as well from the Assistant Director of Planning.
Thank you. Minutes of the meeting of 17th of February.
Sorry, Chairman, just a substitute.
Sorry.
We've got Councillor Toy substituting for Councillor Fitch-Tillett, Councillor Vincent Fitzpatrick substituting for Councillor Holiday, Councillor Adams for Councillor Lloyd, and Councillor Rest for Councillor Withington.
Thank you. Right. Minutes of the meeting of 17th. As usual, check for accuracy only. Page 1. Page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, 6, 7, and 8. Are we all satisfied that the type of sign is an accurate record? Thank you. Okay, item 5, items of urgent business. I'm not aware of any. Thank you, Joe. Order of business will be as on the agenda. Otherwise, we will be starting with the 2 Stalham applications and working through in order. Item 7, do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Taylor.
For point 1 and 2, our first and second application, I'm a Stalham Town Councillor and also a member of our Neighbourhood Development Plan Committee.
And also I'm the local member for Stalham, and I do know the people who are speaking today, so, but I haven't discussed the things.
Thank you. For myself, in relation to item 14, I am the ward member for that applicant. I have had no contact with them and have no view on the application. Yeah. Right. Let us move to agenda item 8. Stalham PF/21/1532 extra care development of 61 independent 1 and 2 bedroom flats, secured landscape, communal gardens, associated visitor and staff car and cycle parking, etc. as on the papers. Before we do the presentation, members will be aware we received a letter of complaint from members of the public. That has been thoroughly investigated, and I believe everybody's had a copy of the response circulated, but we are quite satisfied. Jeff, do you wish to speak on that?
I had a very short statement to say on that point, if that's
Thank you,
okay.
Jeff.
Okay. Officers have been made aware of a letter circulated to members of Development Committee making a number of allegations around the handling of these applications. The Director for Place and Climate Change has responded directly to the author of the advice and advised of the complaint's procedure, should the author wish to progress a complaint formally. Importantly, the Director has advised the allegations made are considered to be without merit, and there are no new material planning considerations raised. There is no impediment to members in considering the applications before you today. As such, receipt of letter is acknowledged and its content noted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that out of the way, we will move to a presentation of the application. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, members. This application is PF 1532, for the development of 61 independent extra care 1 and 2 bedroom flats with secured landscaping, communal gardens, associated visitor and staff car parking and cycle parking, external stores, and a new vehicle access onto Yarmouth Road. The report is on pages 15 to 57 of your agenda pack. Since the publication of the committee agenda, we have received four further representations from Sutton Parish Council, the Highway Authority, a member of the public, and Councillor Nigel Dixon. Sutton Parish Council object to the proposal. They raise concerns over traffic generation at the east of Stalham and its impacts on the junction at Sutton Road and the A149 at Catfield, and highway safety and pedestrian concerns as well. They asked that the results of a SAM2 traffic speed and volume audit in this area taken into consideration during the determination of this application. In response, the Highway Authority have reiterated their previous comments and raised no objections in relation to highway safety or infrastructure. I believe we also have Andrew Williard from the County Council Highway Authority to answer questions. The member of the public has raised issues regarding employment and sustainability, which have previously been raised by other representations that we've received. I believe a copy of Councillor Dixon's comments are with members to read, and with these echo his previous comments made earlier on in the application cycle. There is also an omission in the report of the Highway Authority comments under consultee comments on page 19 of the agenda pack. This should read Highway Authority, no objection subject to conditions, but members will note that the Highways comments have been referenced throughout the report. 10 objections, not including those previously mentioned, have been received from members of the public, as well as Stalham Town Council, Conservation and Design, landscape officers, and a partial objection from Environmental Health, all of which are detailed throughout the report. Pages 22 to 28 of your agenda pack detail the assessment of the principle of development in relation to the site and proposed use. The site lies to the north of Yarmouth Road on a parcel of land forming part of Site Allocation Policy ST01 and Emergent Site Allocation Policy ST23/2. The site currently has extant permission for 3,150 square metres of employment buildings under application PF 12-1427. The proposal is considered to be an employment generating use, which is broadly consistent with the likely employment densities of the extant commercial units, providing around 35 new jobs. Little substantive information has come to light during the application detailing that the extant commercial units are likely to be developed. There have also been a lack of proposals for the employment site allocation at Stepping Stone Lane, forthcoming since 2008. The committee presentation circulated to members also details areas within Stalham which could potentially accommodate further commercial development. MPPF paragraph 122 requires that planning decisions need to reflect the changes in the demand for land, which in this case, officers consider warranted based on the available evidence. Pages 25 and 26 of the agenda pack detail a clear and demonstrable need for both affordable and extra care housing within Stalham and North Norfolk. At the beginning of March, 178 households aged 60 plus have expressed an interest in living in Stalham. Further to that, Norfolk County Council have identified the need for 486 extra care dwellings in the district by 2028, 194 of which should be affordable rented. This application proposes 61 100% affordable extra care dwellings. The proposal has been through a series of design iterations which have reduced the scale and height of the building and introduced some variation in external materials. The building will be 3 stories in height and surrounded by a car parking area, secure residential garden, and an area of green amenity space. The proposal includes a footway and cycle link into the wider residential development to the north. The landscaping scheme has similarly been amended to take into consideration the loss of 9 mature trees along Yarmouth Road and introduce more native planting on site. Despite these amendments, conservation and design, landscaping and planning officers still consider the proposal to be contrary in policy terms and its overall, in terms of its overall design and landscape character impacts. These can be viewed on pages 28 to 31 of the agenda pack. The site is considered to be a sustainable location due to its near town centre location and access to local goods, services and public transport. The Highway Authority have raised no objections in highway safety or infrastructure terms. The proposal is not considered to generate an unacceptable impact on highway safety, nor are the residual cumulative impacts of the road network considered to be severe, in line with MPPF paragraph 111. Various conditions are also proposed to safeguard highway safety and amenities. The proposal would provide acceptable surface water and surface and foul water drainage schemes, and any likely significant effects under the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017 have been ruled out, subject to the appropriate mitigation measures detailed within the report. These include the payments of a GIRAM's obligation to tackle visitor impact pressures on habitat sites, the provision of dog waste bins and ongoing maintenance, and the provision of green infrastructure information boards and residence information packs. Other financial contributions required by Norfolk County Council have been assessed not to be viable in delivering the scheme by the council's independent viability assessor. As detailed on page 42 of the agenda pack, the applicant has agreed in principle to the imposition of pre-commencement conditions on page 47 to 50. The application is subject to the signing of a section 106 agreement to secure the affordable extra care housing, GIRAM's payment and provision of dog waste bins. Overall, the scheme is recommended for approval, subject to conditions and a satisfactory section 106 agreement due to the substantial public benefits of the proposal being considered to outweigh the development plan policy departures in this instance. Full details of the planning balance can be viewed on pages 43 to 45 of the agenda pack. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we now move to public speakers, beginning with the Town Council. I believe Councillor Kevin Bayes is present. If you'd like to come to the microphone there, please. If you press the second button in on the bottom. It's one with, no, on the black panel. That's it, that's live.
Hello. Thank you, Chair.
You have 3 minutes and it will be timed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Stalham Council, first of all, would like it recorded that it is disappointed that there's been no communication or consultation from the Planning Department of Norfolk District Council, North Norfolk District Council, regarding the change of this site, since the previous developer did not fill their obligation under the previous planning requirements. Ourselves as a council are concerned about the design and appearance of the building. This building's oversized for this part of the town. It will dominate completely in the vista. for many newly built homes, as well as overshadowing the intended affordable homes in the concurrent application. The 3-storey block development is completely out of keeping with all previous development in Stalham, and fundamentally change the visual aspect of this part of the town. The effects on individual buildings due to the height of the proposed application, loss of sight, overshadowing and visual intrusion will impact on the surrounding buildings. Highway safety issues such as traffic generation, road capacity, means of access, visibility and car parking, and effects on pedestrians and cyclists. These developments will increase traffic movement through Stalham, which is currently struggling with the volume of traffic joining and exiting the A149 at the 2 exiting junctions. This forces traffic through Sutton Village to join the A149 towards Great Yarmouth. The sites indicate that it will support mobility scooters, pedestrians and cycle movements. However, this is not supported outside the development, and thought must be given to how these residents will travel through the town. The town has narrow footways and in particular concerns will be during school times, as these developments are close to both schools. During the morning and afternoon times, the entire area is very busy with pedestrian cars. Concerns regarding water supply and drainage. Stalham Town Council questions whether existing resources can cope with the further demands. Stalham currently have issues with water supply, drainage and surface water, and includes a discharge of foul water into the River Ant, which the council is currently monitoring with Angular Water. Car parking in Stalham is concerning regarding the amount of allocated parking within the development and the lack of visitor and on-street parking. Parking continues to be an issue in Stalham for both visitors and residents, with only 15 places provided by a council-owned car park at the north end of the High Street. The town has recently had its local bus services cut, and all those moving into these developments will be isolated without public transport available, especially older residents who need to attend commitments outside of the town. The safety aspect of all traffic, particularly congestion with the main roads, as there is only one entrance and exit planned for both developments. Sorry.
If you leave the microphone on for the next
Yes.
speaker. Thank you. We have 3 objecting speakers. I'll take them in order on my list. Katie Newman. You will again have 3 minutes before you start.
Good morning, councillors. I've chosen to come here to speak today because Stalham is my hometown, where I was born and where I've lived all my life. I am deeply passionate about Stalham. I object to MedCenter's application for the following reasons. Firstly, it should be noted that this development would be the 2nd extra care facility imposed on Stalham within the last 3 years, the other being the McCarthy and Stone complex, where currently over 40% of the units still remain unoccupied, despite having been available for over 15 months. This brings into question the need for a further similar facility. As the officer's report identifies, the application breaches NNDC policy ST01 because the site has already fulfilled the housing allocation under this policy. The balance of the site was always intended for employment use through the development of a business park. The easiest route to achieve this being the construction of the 24 commercial units which already have approval. The only reason these units have not already been constructed is because of the obstructive nature of Brown & Co., the agents for the site owners, who failed to respond to many of their inquiries to either occupy or develop the site. One inquiry in particular was from Grays of Norwich Limited, who wanted to buy the site in its entirety and build the units. Because of Brown & Co.'s uncooperative response, this developer gave up on Stalham and went on to construct a successful business park at Aylsham instead. It is notable that Brown & Co. failed to record this inquiry in their viability assessment. There has only ever been one alternative site designated for commercial development in Stalham, namely the land to the west of the town, adjacent to Stepping Stone Lane. This is much less suitable, primarily because it is on the fringes of the town, rather than within close proximity to the high street. It has also been withdrawn from the new local plan for development. Conversely, the Yarmouth Road site has permission, is in close proximity to the high street, and is more realistic in its scale. The employment opportunities that a business park would encourage far outweighs any level of employment that is likely to result from the proposed extra care facility. It should be noted at this point that the majority of vacancies created by the latter will be for care workers. The number of vacancies in this sector within a 10-mile radius of Stalham currently numbers 117. A staggering figure which indicates there will inevitably be staffing issues. It should be noted that the proposed development offers little significant benefit to the town's economy, as the application confirms it is designed as a self-contained community. This contradicts policy SS13, which aims to improve the high street and benefit the wider economy. Policy SS13 is further contradicted in that it requires 1.5 hectares of employment land to be developed in the town, which is not adjacent to the A149. Whereas the extra care facility only provides 0.96 hectares of land for employment purposes. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will be speaking against both 8 and 9. I might overrun a little bit on the 3 minutes, but I will then come back. Okay, understood. I am John Dolby, the chairman of the Sutton Parish Council. Mr. Chairman, councillors, I represent the residents of Sutton, a small village that over recent years has become a satellite of Stalham. In simple terms, I shall explain how these two housing developments would affect our village. This is rural Norfolk. Gone is the bobby on his beat and the light traffic on our roads. This is now the day of the sugar beet lorry, the double-decker bus, and the high-speed motor car. In the intervening years, the roads have seen little change. However, pedestrians, dog walkers, cyclists, and school children still use these roads. There is no street lighting and very little pavement. In Sutton, you walk in the road. Before a brick is laid, Mr. Chairman, a structural traffic plan needs to be in place. Until then, congested traffic wishing to join the A149 at Stalham will instead rat run through the centre of Sutton village and join it at the Catfield Junction. Since the McCarthy and Stone development was built opposite Tesco's, this is already a reality. A further 2 housing developments will make the situation much worse. The section of road through our village is already unfit for purpose. So ask yourselves, has the general infrastructure in this area kept pace? Of course it hasn't. Do these plans before you today take all this into account? Of course they don't. As our elected representatives, you can, and I hope you will, reject these applications today. If you cannot do so, then you must surely recognise the need for the developer to fund and deliver in advance suitable measures to mitigate the increased traffic that their housing will undoubtedly cause, thus putting further misery upon the residents of Sutton. I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Stalham Area Business Forum. In Stalham, there is a distinct lack of land suitable for employment areas. What we are opposing is the prospect of losing land already designated as an employment area within a mixed-use development. The plan, the land upon which these two applications is made is part of a bigger mixed-use development where the developer, a house builder, completed the residential element, which is Broadbeach Gardens, but made little effort and it seems were not obliged to satisfy the requirement of a designated employment area expected to be some 3,150 square metres. That mixed-use planning permission carried instructive text that the employment area must be situated adjacent to Yarmouth Road, specifically so that the traffic associated with the employment area would not impinge upon residential development. That's quite important. The emerging local plan has recognised evidence suggesting that high levels of commuting from Stalham exist. What is missing from Stalham is high quality, well-paid employment opportunities and a variety of different skills. Stalham has and has had for many years well-used employment areas totaling 1.49 hectares. But there is no existing or emerging allocation specifically for employment areas. The emerging local plan addresses a shortfall by proposing an additional 2 hectares be allocated through mixed-use development by 2036. This intention must be taken seriously and can be partly satisfied by ring fencing this site or a substantial part of it as an employment area. When a mixed-use development is designated, then it is surely incumbent upon the planners to ensure that the employment area becomes an enforceable entity rather than a notional option. This site represents the employment area of an unfinished mixed-use development. This site in the emerging local plan is part of the only area in Stalham allocated as mixed use. The remainder of that allocated area is only accessible via this site, meaning the siting of an employment area beyond the applicant site would be injudicious. This site is the only location where an increase in Stalham's employment area, as proposed in the local plan, can be strategically and successfully implemented.
Okay, thank you. We have no supporting speakers. Local members. So I'll start with Councillor Taylor, am I?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As a foreword, I'd like to make it known that I completely accept the merits of this application and further understand the pressing need for both more affordable housing and, of course, the assisted living facilities across the district. However, after much deliberation and weighting of the different considerations, I must ultimately conclude that this development on this site must not proceed in its current form. The design of the building, as I believe was described by one member of the community, is a monstrosity. It is not within keeping of the aesthetic of the town and will be the largest residential structure both inside Stalham and for miles around. This will dominate the skyline and adversely affect existing residents of the surrounding properties. We cannot fail the residents of Stalham in such an obvious and avoidable way by allowing this blight on our broadland landscape. We have seen objections to this design by NNDC landscape officers, and further, there are policies which do not comply with the proposed development, namely policy H01, the North Norfolk Design Guide SPD, and Section 12 of the National Planning Policy Framework. I know this application involves building of a scooter park, which will assist the elderly residents housed in the assisted living accommodation. Whilst this is a welcome addition, I question whether the wider town is even now suitable for elderly residents. We have uneven curbs, we have dangerous guttering, and we have reports of elderly people tripping and falling. And until these issues are addressed, the addition of more vulnerable and more elderly members to our community will only exacerbate and worsen the issues. A further consideration which we must review is the existing infrastructure which serves the residents of Stalham. We've seen previous developments built in the town, but no supporting infrastructure. This only exacerbates existing issues and will negatively affect residents. I was extremely surprised to see that no traffic survey had been carried out for this development, especially considering some of the pressing problems we see across the ward. One such being the junction at Tesco's onto the A149, which is known locally to be a particularly dangerous stretch of road. The fact no consideration has been given to traffic issues, as I say, surprises me. For how can we assess this development without first looking at how it will negatively and adversely affect the people who already reside in the town? Alongside traffic concerns, we also have issues with sewage infrastructure and water supply. There have been countless occasions where water supply has been completely shut off due to either burst water pipes or damaged water mains. I understand that Anglian Water have accepted that their Stalham water recycling facility can cope with the added demand. But the point remains, can their wider infrastructure, their pipes and sewers, can they deal with the added demand? Now, this is a question that I don't have the answer to. I suspect neither do officers and neither do the developer. But until we know the answer, how can we be expected to vote on this application? I therefore propose that we refuse this application today. Thank you.
You cannot propose to refuse. We have to reject the officer's recommendation.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I propose that we reject the
I understand you're inexperienced.
Yeah.
It's taken me years. I'm still not there. Councillor Grove-Jones.
Hello. Well, I'm pleased to say whatever I was going to say seems to have been said already with very eloquent speakers from Stalham, as I knew they would be. I find this difficult because this need for affordable housing is desperate in North Norfolk, in fact, throughout Norfolk. And we have to look sensibly on where we put affordable housing and assisted living accommodation. The point is that, having said that, I think all the members here recognize that we do need to increase the number of affordable houses that we are building. The point is the objections that have come through from our own planning, conservation, and landscape officers to this development. If you turn to your pack of drawings, you'll see the size and impact of the 61 three-story building. Nobody could say this is an attractive proposition. It's a mass that sits in the middle of the existing empty space. It has a very restricted landscape provision. I think there's a small garden provided on one side. And as has been stated, it is self-contained. It basically adds nothing to the economy of Stalham from its residents. The 35 proposed full-time and part-time equivalent jobs will basically be provided by females, being the 20% that are the carers. And as has been also stated, we are in desperate need of caring staff, not just in our immediate area, but in North Norfolk. These are low paid, normally minimum paid jobs. And to be honest with you, what we need in Stalham has been stated, are well-paid, vibrant jobs for not only the female population, but the male population and the up-and-coming population. So the other problem, which again has been mentioned many times, is the problem of traffic. The school, the primary and infant school, which have now emerged, is, I would think, 200 yards away from the proposed exit from this site onto Yarmouth Road. If any of you know Stalham, Yarmouth Road is not particularly wide anyway. The pavement on the side of this development is narrow, and at the moment, the traffic, again, it's been stated, when it's school time, backwards and forwards can be horrendous. You have a pinch point at the roundabout as it leads into Stalham, and you have the awful junction, the T-junction from the by the side of Tesco's onto the 149. Both County Councillors Dixon and myself have fought hard over these last 10, 15 years to get a roundabout or at least some lights put onto the junction at the 149. Highways are adamant that this will not be processed, which I find quite extraordinary, because I concur with the chair of Sutton. Most people find the exit onto the A149 to turn right to head towards Norwich bad at good times and dreadful at bad times. So we need to look at that. And I don't understand why a traffic survey has not been carried out. That seems to me. Sorry, was that my 5 minutes? I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yeah, is that all right? Oh, so I'm going to wait and hear what the members say, because I've come here with a predisposition, but as you know, I don't come with a predetermined mind. I come with the view that I want to hear what other people say. But I'm going to leave it there because it's all in Richard's report. It's been said, so I will shut up.
Okay. So before we move into debate, could I just ask a couple of questions to Sir Lion, please? I'm looking at a press report from August 2021 that £2 million is allocated by Norfolk County Council for its independent living programme towards this project. Could you confirm that?
That's my understanding, that both the county council are putting monies towards this project. I believe the district council are also putting monies towards the wider projects on these two sites.
Okay, so in other words, this is not a private sector venture purely. It involves ourselves and NCC.
I mean, clearly development viability is quite a strong factor in this application. As you've seen in the reports, there are things that this development can't viably provide. So there are different financial considerations for this project as would be against a straightforward market-led scheme. So there are different considerations here, but those are set out in the report in a lot of detail. So if there are any specific questions, I'm sure we could answer those if members have them.
Okay, my second question before we move on relates to the industrial land. Clearly, although it's given permission, we have no control over what private sector owners do with their land. Correct on that, I take it. If they wish to sell it on for other uses, they can.
I mean, it's worth saying, we've had a number of sites in the core strategy where there are allocations for employment land that sit alongside residential proposals. We have found difficulty in progressing a number of those schemes. There are marketing exercises that applicants go through before they can consider alternatives. At the end of the day, there's an application before you for a scheme that doesn't comply with all the development plan policies, doesn't necessarily comply with what the original allocation was for the site. But that's why the committee is here. We're making matters of planning judgment, weighing up the benefits of this scheme against the disbenefits of the shortfalls in policy. So it's weighing those issues up and coming to a view, actually, is this something that we want to support as a committee, or is it something that we have fear or concerns that the disbenefits outweigh the benefits that we've identified in the report? So it's the sort of case that this is why it's before committee, because it's not easy and it requires a lot of careful consideration, which I know you will turn your minds to as a development committee.
Absolutely. And finally, is other employment land potentially available within the area? Could replace this employment land that is likely to be lost?
My understanding, there are other employment allocations under the core strategy. So those sites haven't yet come forward, is my understanding. Obviously, this site was allocated for it with employment under the core strategy. That hasn't come forward. Obviously, there's reference in the report to the emerging local plan. That does have employment allocation, both on this site, partly within the site that's allocated. But as I say, we have to make a decision on the application before us. That's the issue here. It's weighing all those issues up.
Thank you. That's a useful point to clarify that we decide what is in front of us, not what we might like to see in front of us. We have no choice in that. We do have a highways officer available online. Would members wish to hear from them in advance of this debate? Okay. Can we get Mr. Willard online, please? A number of questions have been raised, and no doubt you've been following this. Could you explain why there are no highways objections to this and what background data has been used in reaching that conclusion? Thank you.
So, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so when considering an application of this scale, we are only looking in terms of traffic at the peak hour generation that development will generate. In this instance, a development of approximately 60 units in a care home. The information which has been provided with the application demonstrates or states that their predicted traffic levels are going to be in the region of about 18 vehicular movements in the peak hour. That's not a level which is clearly significant, and therefore we wouldn't require a full transport assessment to accompany the planning application. So as a result, we are mainly just looking at the immediate impact on the adjacent highway network. Can a safe access be formed? The access into the development is in the same location as the previously approved access into the employment development that's got planning permission. It's got adequate visibility in both directions. The intention is to also widen the footpath across the site frontage. So putting those facts together, relatively low traffic generation in the peak hour, safe access and continuous footpaths into the town, we don't believe that there is any highway objection that could be substantiated, and hence our recommendation not to object to this planning application. subject to imposing appropriate conditions.
Oh, that's easy. Clearly, considerable local concerns relating particularly onto access onto the A149, both at the Tesco junction and Catfield junction. Additional traffic is going to impact to some extent on those junctions. There's also issues of movement around the town, of that awkward roundabout of the high street, of the lack of pedestrian crossings. There's likely places where they're needed. Were these considered, or are they, because your data suggests that they are not necessary, ignored?
So, as you'll be aware, in NPPF, we can only object to development on highway safety grounds if the impact is severe, and if a residual cumulative impact of the traffic is considered to be severe. As I've said, development of this scale is only going to add approximately 18 vehicle movements in the peak hour. That's going to be spread in all directions. Some will go towards the town centre, some will go towards Sutton, inevitably. If it's split 50-50, you're talking about maybe 10 vehicle movements at the mini roundabout to the west. At that point, it's not all going to go to the junction onto the A149 by Tesco's. So there's, we couldn't consider that the cumulative impact of this development on the network, even if those parts of the network are considered to be substandard, would be significant. Additionally, any mitigation that development undertakes to improve the existing highway network has to be proportionate in scale to the developments that's before us. I'm not saying a roundabout is needed at the A149 junction, but if it were, clearly this development couldn't contribute towards that or any other improvement that may be needed on the wider network beyond its immediate frontage.
Okay. Do members have any questions for Mr. Willard? Or are you satisfied with the explanation you received? Councillor Taylor.
That 18 vehicles in peak hours, is that just from the assisted living facilities? Because I know we have to look at these applications separately, but of course both of them will use the same access road and use the same, that same entrance onto Yarmouth Road.
Yep, so the 18 vehicle movements relates purely to this application that's before us on this item, and the concurrent application for the affordable housing will generate a similar amount of traffic again in the peak hours. So if you put the two together, you're probably talking in the region 30, sort of mid-30s in the peak hour, 35 to 40, I would suspect. But again, I mean, even then, you split that 50-50 out onto Yarmouth Road, we're still not talking about large numbers of traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fitzpatrick.
Interesting, Kylie is saying about you can only object if there's severe, on safety grounds, if the impact's severe. I'm just wondering more mundane things like congestion and what modelling of the flow of the traffic at different hours, so we're seeing a number of vehicle movements per day, but has it been modelled that these vehicle movements are spread throughout the day, or do they peak at 9 o'clock in the morning? And just wondering what extent of modelling that can be shared with us. Thank you.
So we would only require modelling of junctions to be undertaken where the development is of a scale where its impact is deemed to be significant. For a housing development, that's generally 100 houses. For a care home type unit as this, that would have to be even larger, I suspect, because they don't tend to generate a lot of traffic in the peak hours. When we do model highway junctions as a result of development, we only look at the busiest hours during the day, which obviously tends to be the morning and evening peak. We don't model the rest of the day. And this development hasn't resulted in any modelling of any junctions because it's not of a scale that's it's deemed necessary to require transport assessment that would require it to do that. Even then, we would only require it to model junctions, which it would where it would increase traffic by about 10%. So that probably wouldn't extend, even if it were a 100 house development, it probably wouldn't extend to the Tesco's junction onto the A149.
Thank you very much for your answer. That helps greatly. Thank you.
All right, clearly highways have no objection, and I appreciate the local perception is somewhat different, and so my own experience of Stagham is somewhat different. So, that's a matter for eventually so. Nope.
Thank you, Chair. Just to put things into context in terms of highway considerations, paragraph 111 of the 2021 National Planning Policy Framework, which is a material planning consideration before you, states development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. And that's the context for which Mr. Willard is contributing this morning.
Thank you for that clarification. Debate. Who wishes to go first?
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just sort of put a couple of things forward? I presume it's not the facility that people are sort of objecting to, the 61 affordable extra care dwellings. It's probably the location that is really their issue in not wanting it where it is. Just for a comparison, in Fakenham, where I'm the ward member, we have a very similar project that's just been finished called Meadow Walk, which has actually got 66 apartments, so it's slightly bigger than this one. And just for a point of interest, the high demand, and it's full, by the way, in all context, it's now full. The high demand was mainly from local residents who wanted to move there and therefore vacate the properties which they were living in so that they could sort of downsize and be more comfortable, a bit more security, as in not worrying about maintenance, gardens, etc., 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 which was really what the concern was for them. So their properties then came back onto the market, whether they're Affordable Housing Association, whatever, they were there. I noticed the location that this is proposed is actually very similar in some ways to the Fakenham one, because it is near the surgery, which for obvious reasons is something that people will need. And it is near to a supermarket, which is accessible. And I can only speak from the Fakenham one if it gives some evidence for them that the people that are living there, although, as I say, they are local, are very much blended in very quickly and have got used to that, living that side of the town as against the other side of the town. And you can see them about, a lot of them are taking the advantage of being able to walk more, if the weather is on their side, because of the facilities that are much greater to them. They don't need cars so much. And I know it's well staffed, and I know it's a very good place. This is a very, very similar project. I do appreciate these people's concern about industrial areas and work and et cetera, but it's a bit of sort of the chicken and egg. Which one are you going to get first? Because where the one in Fakenham is located is also in an industrial, if you want, development area. It just happened to have more facility there. And it was approved and it was done. Even though we know we're going to get 900 more houses built around the corner, it still didn't stop this one from being built because it released some of the current properties which were desperately needed. So I just thought I'd give that as a context. Thank you.
Thank you. Very useful point indeed. It has to remember this is for affordable housing. It is not expensive private sector housing with a certain well-known developer
builds around the area. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, everybody. And may I say thank you to the speakers who have addressed this morning and to the members for their input. I do notice from the papers that the McCarthy and Stone development is a wholly private operation within the town. And there is no affordable accommodation in that development. So you could argue that there is a pressing need for an affordable scheme like this one. But I do get people's concern that it may well be in the wrong situation. What I find difficult when I look at these papers is perhaps a lack of information on the alternative sites for employment land within Stalham, and a lack of clarity. I would have thought that the developer would have done well to engage better with Stalham Town Council in the first place. It's not this authority's role to ensure that developer engagement takes place with the community. Whether it should be is a different question, but as things stand, as I understand it, it's not. That's a matter for Stalham Town Council to engage with the developer and tease out engagement and public consultation. And several of these schemes don't get it when perhaps they should really merit that sort of engagement. So for the time being, I do acknowledge the concerns of both the county council for Stalham and the local members for Stalham that this is perhaps ill-judged at this particular time, even though our corporate plan as a district council is supportive of local housing for local need, and as Councillor Rest has quite lucidly explained that the situation in Fakenham is such that these schemes do support local housing for local need, freeing up properties by people moving into these complexes. I just feel at the moment this application as it's presented before us is insufficient to support the officer's recommendation, and at present I'm minded to vote to refuse the recommendation from the officer with a heavy heart.
Yes, thank you for that, Andrew. I must say that what serves and is seen as good for Fakenham doesn't necessarily be seen as serving and is good for Stalham. And I appreciate what you've said. I knew you would say that, John, because obviously you've seen this development and the way it's gone through. There was no public consultation regarding this development with the public in Stalham. The developer said, and there's no legal requirement, as I understand, for a public consultation, and the developer turned it down. That does not sit well with the public, with my Stalham residents. It didn't sit well with the town council. And I have to say that I only knew that this development was going through when a member of the housing department spoke to me and said, "Isn't this brilliant?" And I said, "I beg your pardon. I don't understand. I've not heard anything about it. There's been no consultation with myself, and there'd been no consultation with the town council." So there is a feeling of being let down and this being pushed through regardless. And it does contravene so many aspects of our planning law and policies. But because it's affordable, that's the thing that's pushing it through. We're looking at fulfilling our obligations via development, and we're putting the obligation of providing affordable housing against the proposition as it stands, which is, as far as I am aware, it's not, there have been no applications in support of this. It goes against the grain in Stalham. So I rest my case on this. I am amazed that there has been no traffic survey carried out since the Hopkins original 150 were built. There was a survey done there, but I think it was done purely by computer analysis. And as I know, and my fellow councillors know, the traffic in Stalham, it can be horrendous, and the pavements, etc., the walkways into Stalham are awful. So I leave it at that. I think it's purely the fact that it's affordable that is pushing this through. It's certainly not for design or conservation or landscape wishes, because they don't like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Toy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really difficult. You know that I've sat in this committee and supported local people and local opinion. I also get frustrated around highways. We bring out our plans and we're developing a new plan which tells county the things that we're planning, but the infrastructure is never brought along to match it. And surely that's the idea of us producing those plans. We also see things in our pack here. We already have issues and they're not being addressed. We have in our pack here pictures of the footpath, which shows it as being overgrown and unmaintained. This is county and highways. So these issues, which I fully accept in Stalham, and I've been there, are already there. And we've heard that the suggestion is that it's going to add 18, perhaps 35 with the two developments that we're looking at this morning. So whilst that's not significant, these issues do need addressing for local people. But is this application the means for addressing those? And that's where I find it difficult. So whilst I hear the arguments of local people and I hear what they're saying, even if we don't approve this today, those issues are still there. I looked at Crash Map. There was one fatality 2 years ago by Tesco's. Irrespective of this, that piece of road has had, that 149 has had numerous schemes put on it, yet it's still an unsafe road. You've only got to look at the data. But this application will not change that. So I have to try and keep that context on it. And so I understand the local concerns and we need to get those concerns addressed, but is this application the way to address those? The second point was employment and viability. Now, we don't know whether the discussions that went on from people that went there. I've seen, stuff that's been passed around about the employment then going to Aylsham. Aylsham is very much closer to the Northern Ring Road. Aylsham has a better infrastructure to it. We don't know the viability, but there is some data in here, if I can find the right bit, where it says that the viability for industrial units was minimal. And we're faced against the potential employment that may have been there, had the industrial units come on, compared to the real employment that would happen if this was improved or approved, sorry. So again, it's a very, very difficult thing to balance. And finally, height. I understand what's being said there. I understand how it will impact potentially on the vista, although it's behind these very high hedges, much of it. I know some of that will be opened out. But actually, policy has changed such that I believe the NPPF permitted development rights, sorry, I think streets have to agree, but we can actually put a third floor on houses now under permitted development. Maybe one of the planning officers can confirm that for us. The idea is we've got to go up, not out. So in effect, if we turn this down, all right, potentially someone could come back with say a two-story development, which may change the viability anyhow. And what that means is we've then got to find those extra spaces somewhere else, which means even more land. And so it's a very difficult thing that we've got to balance. And I think the officer's report has gone through those balancing arguments. And at this time, I would have to sit with the officer's recommendation. But I do find it very difficult, and hopefully I've laid out some of my reasoning there so people understand how I've come to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I can take that as a proposal.
Yes.
John, you spoke in favour. Would you second this motion?
Sorry, yes, I'll second that. Thank you.
Do that, then enable us to move forward then. Stop with councillor.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vincent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've sat here, as everybody else has, and listened to the report presentation. And it is a difficult one, no going over it. But if I look at it from taking on little bits of what people have said, I think the losing of employment land is indefensible. We need to provide employment for our local people of such a caliber that they can get jobs that they can improve their scope in their life. And I think the potential of losing employment land in a place like Stalham, as I just said, is indefensible. So that's the first point out of the way. Secondly, with applications like this, I take to what other learned colleagues have said, there are so many core policy strategies and needs that have been overridden because we've got to defend the fact that we need to put affordable housing in, which is something I've bashed on about for a long time. I happen to agree with it. We do need more affordable housing. But what galls me more than anything is that the affordable housing always seems to get the runt end of the deal. We got to put them here because of that. We got to put them here because we need it. We got to put them there because that's the only place that they can go. And I think they're being hampered. And I do think there is a lot of scope to say that they do end up somewhat getting second-rate buildings and second-rate designs. That's maybe a personal opinion, but I think by the discussions already on this block seem to point that out. Thirdly, looking at it here, I noticed somewhere that the proximity of the buildings may well affect people's right to sunlight. And if I look at some of the photographs here, especially, where is it? Hold on, please forgive me. The site photographs, everywhere you look at that site, there's houses. So therefore their views and the potential to sunlight is going to be hampered. Now they don't have a right to view under national planning policies, but they have a right to sunlight. And we've had this discussion at other developments, and developments and proposals have been turned down because the sun has disappeared in the winter. I don't think that's right either. And then we look at the situation where there is financial benefits and money's being put in to ensure that those monies are put in if the development goes ahead. Well, that brings me back to my first, or one of my counter proposals just now. It's got to go here because it's low cost, and low cost goes here, and we've got to afford to pay for it. I don't think that it's been thought out enough. I understand the reports. I understand the situation. They've been fairly complex. But Mr. Chairman, I think it's what they don't say. And when you consider local opinion, as you've just said, and everybody else said, nobody's for it at all. I don't think this is NIMBYism. I think this is care for a local community. I think it's care for the structure. And I think people are saying that it doesn't fit, it's in the wrong place. I'm not even going to come to highways because I to have no traffic survey at all, I think is lamentable. And I think that is indefensible as well. If we're going to build these places, which we should have to build, I think we need to take more care, and we need to take more consideration of local people, local policies, and what can we do more to get it right before we bring them to the committee for deliberation. I'm quite upset about it. I see the need. and I champion the need for low-cost housing, but this ain't the one in my mind. Thank you.
I believe officers wish to respond there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've listened to the points that Councillor Pearce has made. I just wanted to direct members to, well, the bottom of page 31 and 32 of the report. That's where issues of residential amenity are considered in the report. And it talked about a number of issues, one of those being overbearing, considerations of overbearing factors, and also considerations of overshadowing. And as officers, we don't believe the development will overshadow those existing properties that you've talked, the photos referred to on the in Councillor Pearce's presentation. So we're not raising overshadowing as a matter for refusal per se. Just in terms of the comments about highway traffic assessments and transport statements, I note the concerns that, yeah, you want to have the information to know whether this is going to cause an unacceptable impact, but we have to find a balance between requiring so much information up front against what's proportionate for the particular application. So this application, both applications, I mean, we're only considering the first one, but let's take both together. They're not of a scale that would have warranted a transport statement, a full sort of transport assessment, and that's the issue here, and that's the point that the Andrew Willard as highway officer has made. These aren't of a scale that we would be requiring that sort of information, so that would be abnormal to be asking an applicant to go to that extent of doing a survey, because it's not a cheap thing to do, and we often get asked by applicants and agents, why are you asking for this information? Well, how does it help you make your planning decision? So we have to draw the line, and our local validation requirements set out the parameters for when we require transport statements and assessments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members. Yeah, this is a difficult application, and I've listened with interest to everything everyone has said, and I think it's fair to say that there is local opinions against this development. I think that's a fair summary. Also, I've been as a substitute on this committee yesterday, so I spent yesterday looking at the paper. So I come with no axe to grind one way or the other. So I've come to determination in even-handed manner, and so I think, okay, one of the important things we must concentrate on is this application in front of us is material planning grounds and the public benefits and disbenefits. What's the balance of that? And there's a clear public benefit of provision of homes, provision of affordable homes, but something that people mention many times is traffic, and we have had very good information from the expert. But in terms of public disbenefit, the perception of the negative effects of extra traffic is real. It's in people's minds. People believe that the traffic situation in Stalham is bad and it's going to get made worse. And that is a huge public disbenefit. So I've got a couple of questions. One, so looking at the section 106 obligations, there's about £100,000, all very important, but has any consideration been given to traffic mitigations via section 106? One question. Secondly, if not, is that something that we can actually ask for? So I'd like to propose that some section 106 obligations towards mitigating the traffic effect be put into place. I'd say I don't know whether that's doable, but that's my ask. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Take that, Richard, or do you do?
I'm happy to take that one. Thank you, Chair. I think Andrew mentioned earlier that we have to look at traffic impacts and infrastructure improvements in proportion to the application that's in front of us. And for an application of this size and for the sort of impact area that will be looked at, those kind of off-site S106 type of traffic improvements, highway improvements, wouldn't be proportionate. I'm not sure if Andrew wants to come in and sort of say any more on that.
Yeah, I mean, that was sort of what I was going to say. I would just add, in addition to any contributions needing to be proportionate to the scale of a development, they also need to be indirect mitigation of that development and would need to be towards an identified scheme. I'm not aware that we've got any identified schemes that we should address the issues which are being raised today. And for the reasons I've already stated, the development has got safe access onto Yarmouth Road. So I think we're trying to make the argument that a contribution of some value would be indirect mitigation to the impact of that development would be quite a weak argument as well.
I don't want to keep dwelling on the point, but clearly we can only ask for mitigation if there is a planning reason for doing so. And the fact that the High Authority haven't objected suggests that there are no highway grounds in relation to this proposal. Don't forget, we're talking about this proposal, not existing problems in the area. This proposal doesn't justify any off-site mitigation other than what's been set out in the application. So if we did ask for it, it could well be considered unreasonable and unlawful as a request if you're asking for monies that aren't required to mitigate the effects of development. So yeah, we have to be careful as a committee asking for contributions without justification.
Mr. Chairman, can I just come back? I'd like to thank the officers for the responses, both district and county. I fully understand the position that's been put forward, but I'll point out that there is a huge disconnect in perception here. That there's the planning view of the impact of what's proportionate, and there is the view of the people on the ground who are going to be affected in their daily lives. Those two views are poles apart. But thank you for all the answers.
Clearly, there needs to be some discussion elsewhere related to the traffic issues in Stalham, but it's not this committee at this time to turn on that. Yeah, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a very difficult issue we have before us. I mean, I listened to what Highways have said and see there is no perceived need for mitigation. I would be interested, although it's not this application, if this were to be a business park, which is the alternative, how much traffic would that generate, and would it be a heavier traffic? It would be more focused around rush hours. I think that would be fine to exacerbate the traffic problem. And as previous councillors said, this is surrounded by houses. So I understand the objections from the local town council and business forum, but at this point in time, and I have actually been to visit the facility that Councillor Rest mentioned in Felmingham, and I was very impressed with the quality of that build, and I believe this site is going to be run by the same people. It was a site that gave dignity for people moving in. And this scheme is not a purchase scheme, this is a rental scheme. I believe this will free up other social housing and housing within Stalham, which is a benefit. With my portfolio hat on as sustainable growth, I'm even more conflicted. But having been involved in the Norfolk and Suffolk economic strategy papers that are coming forward, and sitting on the Norfolk Framework Council, which is the levelling up funding, all those areas are pointing economic development back towards the Northern Distributor Road, to the Broadland Business Park, to the park around the airport. And there is nothing for North Norfolk in in terms of funding to help these things come forward. So at this particular point in time, I do note that there is a hectare of employment land in the forthcoming plan. But at this point, I think the public benefit outweighs the economic development for business, and I will support the officer's well-written and well-considered report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suppose the point the way I'm looking at this is a massive great lump that's going to be plonked in the middle of commercial land. Now, my point is, some councils at this particular point in time are falling over themselves to buy land to turn it into commercial land. For instance, food innovation centres. That's now the way forward. That's the growing stuff. For instance, there's one Broadland are doing, and they've got an innovation centre, and they've literally just starting it, and they bought the land next door. And one of the reasons they're doing this is because they can deliver produce in a smaller area than they would. For instance, the area that they've got now, they would have to have something like 100 acres. So my point is, once commercial land has gone, you can't get it back. And no one's actually given me an idea of where the rest of the commercial land is in Stalham. So that's my concern at the moment, is giving up commercial land, which is probably going to be used better in the future, rather than this development here. I mean, it's fantastic, as you all know. We all love affordable housing, but it seems to me that's a bit of a red herring. Where I'm coming from is we shouldn't be giving up commercial land. We should be developing commercial land, getting private investors in, and that type of thing. So that's where I am at the moment. And also, a point that was raised previously, the allegations from the Brown and Co. Can somebody tell me what that was all about? Because have we had any correspondence from Brown and Co? Because people were saying they were, I don't know, doing stuff that didn't seem right. I mean, have Brown and Co had any correspondence with our officers about any of this? Or have we had any statements from them? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As stated in the report, Brown and Co were put in charge of the marketing scheme for the previous permission, PF 12/14/27, under one of the conditions on that planning permission. They, as far as we're aware, they carried out their role as estate agent for the land, for want of a better phrase. They haven't commented on this application, so yeah, that's where we are.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to come back on what's been said about the traffic impact of this scheme. I mean, we have on the next item on the agenda is a scheme to provide 40 affordable houses, which, when added to 61 independent care living flats, I think makes 101 in total. So my question to Mr. Willard, if I may, is, do the two schemes together, do they, under the National Planning Policy Framework, constitute a scheme that puts pressure on the local traffic area, such that would justify a scheme viable under, is it section 278, contributions to highway improvements, rather than 106? Taken in the round, these two applications together, do you not consider that traffic improvements are merited in Stalham? And if not, why not?
So the two developments together, as I previously stated, would generate approximately 35 vehicle movements in the peak hour, which still not significant on the wider highway network. we normally require a full transport assessment for housing development where it exceeds 100 houses. I take your point that you add the two together. On face value, you've got, I believe, 100 and 101, 102 units. The different types of housing, though, is what I would say, and the application before us, they aren't a similar house units, which is going to generate the level of traffic that a smaller general housing development would create. So I would still say, even if that had been one application, whilst it's probably getting borderline, I would still say that we would be limiting any requirement of the application to a transport statement, not a full transport assessment. The difference between a statement and an assessment is that statements don't tend to include analysis junction capacity on a wider network. It's generally focusing on, can safe access be provided, and the walking routes to local services in the wider community. There are footpaths to the wider community. This footpath links through the development to the north. It's recently been constructed by, I believe it was by Hopkins. The photographs which are on the presentation do show clearly a very narrow footpath overgrown by adjacent trees and hedges. I believe those photographs were taken at the point where the access is going to be. Those trees will be cut back and removed as necessary to provide the access for visibility displays, and also to widen the footpath across the site frontage to 2 metres. So that narrow section of footpath will be remedied by this planning application.
Thank you. Thank you for
that. Yes, thank you, Andrew. I live in Stalham. I live nearly opposite this portion of land that we're talking about. I know that the traffic in Stalham is getting worse. I've lived there for a good number of years. I know that the rat runs are getting worse, that the traffic is trying to avoid going up to the A149 through Market Road, and it is exiting through Sutton. I can understand the pressures on Sutton. And also the traffic is now going through Stalham itself, so that it doesn't have to go up to the A149. It hasn't been mentioned that there are also another 70 houses proposed to be built to the north of Broadbeach Gardens, which I believe will come before or go for development sometime in the next 2 to 3 years. This, and as we have stated, once this land is disposed of as economic commercial land, it's light industrial commercial, that's the way it has been rated. That's it, it's gone. The only other major piece of land which is available for development, which I'm not sure if it's is still in the new local plan, is at the end of Stepping Stone Lane onto the A149. And this has been up for grabs basically since 2008-11. No one's shown any interest in it. There was one particular person who was interested in developing that, who already has a business in Stalham. But as this piece of land has no infrastructure at all, it would have meant sinking drains. It would have meant complete infrastructure overhaul. They backed out, and they have in actual fact now, because they wish to expand, they are moving to another situation which is on the borders of Catfield and Sutton. The other economic development land available in Stalham is in poor condition. It's actually within Stalham itself. There are two sites. One is on the junction of Ingham Road and the High Street Stalham, which was up for again, and it was with officer approval to convert from commercial to residential. This was overturned by this committee, and in fact the land, which was being sold by one of the commercial owners in the town, was taken over by a tyre company and has remained commercial. So that hasn't sat well with the people of Stalham either, that each time our very small amounts of industrial, light industrial commercial land comes up for development, and it's because it's more economic. It gives the developers more money. It comes up for conversion to residential. Our planning officers have approved, given their approval for it. I don't like the massing of this building. I heard what John Toy said, Councillor Toy, that we should all be looking at providing 3 stories, going up, going out. I don't want bloody New York here. I don't want to have a development which just looks at going back towards tower blocks. We're working that way again. And I certainly don't want the idea that we mass affordable housing all together in one place. It smacks to me, I'm old enough now to remember council estates. It smacks to me of going back to the council estate idea, which I don't want. I want affordable housing spread within the ordinary marketable housing as we have been doing so far. This is reversing it, this whole scheme, and I am taking in the next one in this particular view, is a mass. It's 101 units. And how anybody could say that's only going to provide, or it's going to allow, what did you say, 30 or 40 traffic movements? I'm sorry. You know, most people, if they have a house, I'm not talking about the 61, but when we look at the whole thing, exiting onto Yarmouth Road, which you are proposing highways to narrow, it's narrow anyway, most households have 2 vehicles. And I can tell you there is traffic up and down Yarmouth Road continually. The more I've listened to this, the more I have reached my opinion and my conclusion for this particular site. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, first of all, I accept that this is finely balanced. I think that has been demonstrated within the report, and I thank Richard for that. A few issues I would like to question. First of all, the archaeological concerns raised by the local member. Is there a need for further consideration here? I haven't heard that addressed this morning. I see there's some detail in respect of some previous archaeological assessments detailed, but I couldn't quite get more out of it than that. Secondly, I see there's an overabundance of car parking spaces on the site. So my second question would be, could anything be done to reduce this at a later stage via a further application or otherwise varying the design? My next question is actually around tree replacements. I know obviously that there's some being taken out at the front of the site. Can we be reassured that they would be replaced? And lastly, you know, I want to note that, you know, this is a county council supported scheme as well. You know, there are numerous households who wish to live near or around Stalham. I think, you know, it will take a while for extra care to take off, if that's the right expression. It's a relatively unknown concept for Norfolk still, but but it should, and I have no doubt, prevent many people going into long-term residential care in the years to come. And it's very much going to be a needed part of our housing mix. I certainly would like to see an extra care facility in my own town. It's something where we have a gap, and I believe there's a need for these across the district, in fact. So on balance, I am in favour of this scheme, and I will be supporting it. But I wanted to try and get a little bit more detail as to whether there needs to be any conditioning around archaeological assessments, trees, and whether there was anything that could be done around car parking. I accept, the concerns around existing highways and infrastructure issues, but I think we've heard numerous times now that the overall highways impact of the proposal is not sufficiently large enough that we would be able to request mitigation measures or improvement by section 16278 or otherwise. So I just wanted to address that point, but I don't think there's anything else I wish to say. But if there's any possibility that those questions could be answered, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. In terms of archaeology, I think this is a more something that we'll consider in the next application. The site area for this application was studied and excavated and reported on under the conditions for the previous planning permission, the Hopkins permission. So that's why there are no further conditions on this proposal for archaeology conditions. And we'll discuss the next one when we get onto the item of the agenda, if that's okay. In terms of tree replacements, we recognise that 9 mature trees at the site frontage will be lost to facilitate the highways access. This was always going to be something that we would have to take into consideration, as the site allocation for this site required a site access onto Yarmouth Road. There is a landscaping scheme within the proposal that details that there will be new street trees planted in line with the NPPF update. They won't be like for like, but there are mitigative planting scheme. There is a mitigative planting scheme proposed. We also note the landscape objection to that overall. In terms of car parking, we recognise that there is an over provision. That initially came from the developer misreading the parking standards in our core strategy, and they wish to keep them as they are proposed.
That's Fisher. Come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to say, even at this 11th hour, having listened very carefully to what everybody is saying, and although I'm a member for Wales, I did work in Stalham in the late 60s, and know Stalham very well. I'm going to be of no help to anybody else, but to say that I still don't know which way I'm going to vote.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, I'll bring you in last, local member.
Yes, I've also been listening very carefully to this extensive report, and congratulations to all the officers that provided such a substantial and well put out document. Councillor Tim Adams stole my thunder, because I was also going to ask a question on the archaeological thing, and it's also been answered. I've also been listening to the residents of Stalham very carefully, with empathy and compassion. But I'd also like to emphasise that the many topics that have been brought up actually fit into this document. You know, they've been covered and they've been explained. But what do we do? Do we take into account the compassionate plea of the residents of Stalham
very important points made, because I'm equally passionate about this this region, and I understand fully. But I also understand this document and the need for housing. That's also equally important for our future and for our children. That's also important. How am I going to vote? I don't know. I'm going to leave it right to the dot. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Taylor, and then tend to go to the vote.
So I think it is probably worth pointing out here that from everyone that I've spoken to in Stalham, no one rejects that, you know, assisted living facilities and affordable houses are needed. I think that is widely, you know, supported and accepted by the residents that live there. The primary issue is where this is located. I don't think, just from, you know, obviously my local perspective, this site isn't supported. I know there's been concern, you know, rightly concern over the highways, and that is a big issue. And I absolutely agree with everything that Pauline has said. You know, it's quite hard listening to officers say we don't need a traffic survey when we use them roads every day, we travel them roads every day, we know how hard it is. But there's far more infrastructure which I think we need to look at. Something I mentioned in my earlier statement, the sewage supply, the water supply. Anglian Water have said, you know, as they're required to do so under law, that their facility can take the added demand. But it is not an uncommon occurrence to wake up in the morning, turn the tap on, and there's no water. And then you look on Anglian Water's portal, and, you know, another burst water main, another block pipe. And until we know what the condition of their wider infrastructure is, I can't see how we could vote to approve this, you know, without knowing what that impact will be. Another point that I mentioned is the paths and the pavements. Obviously, in this application, we'll have people in scooters, mobility scooters. You know, they need much wider paths. They need all of the accommodations that come with that just to get around the town. I don't think them accommodations exist in Stalham. Our paths are not good. They are not well maintained. And until we see improvements there, I don't think it would be right for the people who would eventually move into these facilities to approve that. You know, as I think the chairman of the town council mentioned earlier as well, we've had cuts to our bus times. You know, there are less frequent buses come to Stalham. We don't benefit from other places in the district like Sheringham or Cromer or North Walsham with train stations. People that don't drive in Stalham rely on them buses, especially people that may be living in either the affordable houses who may not have cars, or the people in the assisted living accommodation. And if that service isn't there, again, we are isolating them even further. And just as a last note, and what really, really troubles me, is I think a number of these issues could have been addressed, you know, weeks, months ago. The town council invited both planners at the district council and the developers to come and have a public consultation, to speak to members of the public, to understand the concerns. This was outright refused. We then went back to them and said, you know, could we have some maps and plans, and we can display them in our town hall and have people come in and start that dialogue? Again, refused. And I think if this process would have been started differently, you know, if there was engagement and there was talking, some of these issues could have been ironed out a lot earlier. But we are now in the position now, you know, I think someone said it is the 11th hour. We have question marks all over this application, and I really, really cannot see how we can improve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to come back on the foul drainage point. Anglian Water have confirmed that they have capacity in their network, and Water Recycling Centre. We did undertake a habitats regulations assessment on the foul drainage and surface water drainage, which has come back with no likely significant effects identified subject to, well, the mitigations for green infrastructure more so. But as far as Anglian Water are concerned, as far as we're concerned, that there are no foul water drainage issues with this application.
I could say they would say that, wouldn't they? We've been through this debate before, so Okay.
Chair, very briefly, thank you. Can I just ask the question? I presume that the developer was invited to the meeting today to make representations. They're not here, nor their agent. Can I ask why that is the case? Is there any information from the planning officer?
Through you, Chair, an invitation was extended and the developer decided not to come.
I think the record should reflect that the developer has decided not to attend, Mr. Chairman. If I can make that request.
I was just going to say, I second that point from my colleague Andrew there. I think if a developer can't actually come here and support his or their own development in face of criticism and critique, it's just as bad as a member not turning up after bringing something to committee. I think that's disgusting. And I think a letter should be sent to the developer on that, because it's taken 2.5 hours already so far of valuable time for the officers, members here, county council, etc. And the actual developer cannot come and support it. I think that's disgusting.
I mean, no one said this was going to be easy in terms of determining this application, and clearly there's been a lot of debate. We've heard from a lot of different views on the proposal. So I think members have got a pretty clear picture of the different sort of positions on this. Obviously, we've put forward a report that recognises there are a lot of deficiencies against the local plan policies. We're not trying to hide the fact that this doesn't comply with all of your policies. But it's about weighing, as I said at the beginning, it's about weighing up the public benefits. And we've given considerable weight to the provision of affordable housing. And that has been the pivotal difference between this in terms of how that's affected our recommendation to you as officers. So clearly we put the recommendation to you. It's a matter of planning judgment, isn't it, for you as a committee? What weight do you give to these particular issues? Now, you may come to a different view on weighting than one we have as officers. I mean, that's what the committee is there to do, is to apply its mind and apply the weight to those particular issues. But I say, if a different position is taken, obviously one would have to be able to justify and demonstrate the harm that's caused by a proposal. So it's not just a case of turning down the officer recommendation. It would be a matter of then going on to articulate what the grounds are for refusal if that was what you were looking to do. And that's the hard bit when you've got consultees that, particularly in terms of highways, who aren't objecting to this proposal. How do you articulate those concerns in a way that would stand up in a public inquiry or an appeal process? Now, we've presented a report to you on the basis that the council has a 5-year land supply. Now, that situation may change, and that in itself may change the weighting that one has to apply to the planning considerations. So we've tried to give you a fair report. We hope that that's you obviously been able to see the position where we've come from as officers, and it's over to you now to make that decision as to whether you want to go along with your officers on this scheme. But yeah, okay.
Certainly, it is a very, very thorough and detailed report. The officers concerned. Certainly helps consideration. Did you want to say something, Andreas?
Very quickly, actually, that's the point I was making. A lot of these questions that we've been asking today have been answered.
I propose we now go to the vote. We have a proposer, Councillor Toy, seconder, Councillor Rest.
Councillor Adams. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Fitzpatrick. Councillor Grove-Jones. Councillor Heinrich.
For.
Councillor Kershaw.
For.
Councillor Mancini-Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Pearce.
Against.
Councillor Rest. Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Toy.
For.
And Councillor Yassini.
For.
So that's carried by 8 for and 5 against.
Thank you. So the officer recommendation to approve is therefore approved. Thank you. We will take a 15-minute break now before we do part 2 of this one, which I hope will be shorter as we've rehearsed all the arguments already. Or most of them anyway. Thank you. Thank you, members.
Andrew, I'll just say for your benefit, we'll keep the meeting live, but we'll turn off our microphone and camera, but we'll still be here essentially, and we'll be back in 15 minutes, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll also do the same.
Okay.
Okay. We all refreshed and ready for the next round? We move then to agenda item 9, second part of the Stalham application, PF 21/2021. The residential development of 40 affordable houses, 22 affordable shared ownership, 1 block of 18 affordable flats. We have been through a lot of arguments relating to this overall site already, so if I could ask people to focus on details of this particular application rather than the wider issues of highways and so on that we looked at, which we know equally apply. If I could also ask the public speakers to put anything new, but not necessarily to rehash everything. Otherwise, we could be here till midnight. Okay. We move to the public speakers. Move to the presentation. Who's doing this one? Richard again. Thank you.
Yes, me again. Thanks, Chair. This application is PF 21/2021 for a new residential development of 40 affordable houses comprising 22 affordable shared ownership houses and 1 block of 18 affordable flats consisting of 9 one-bedroom flats and 9 two-bedroom flats with associated landscaping, infrastructure and access. This is detailed on pages 59 to 96 of your agenda packs. The context of this application is similar to that of the application previously before you for consideration. Since the publication of the committee agenda, we have received a further 4 representations from Suffolk Parish Council, Highways Authority, member of the public and Councillor Nigel Dixon. These are the same as the ones that I highlighted previously. 12 objections have been received from members of the public, notwithstanding the ones just mentioned, as well as Stalham Town Council, Conservation and Design, Landscape, and a partial objection from Environmental Health, all of which are detailed throughout the report. 1 representation of support was also received for the proposal. Pages 66 and 69 of the agenda pack detail the assessment of the principle of development in relation to the site and proposed use. The site lies north of Yarmouth Road on a parcel of land forming site allocation policy ST01 and emerging site allocation policy ST23/2. The site currently has extant planning permission for 3,150 square metres of employment buildings under PF 12/14/27. Similar to the last application, little substantive information has come to light that during the application detailing that the extant commercial units are likely to be developed. There has also been a lack of proposals for the employment site allocation at Stepping Stone Lane, forthcoming since 2008. The committee presentation, PowerPoint presentation, also details areas in Stalham which could potentially accommodate further commercial development. NPPF paragraph 122 requires that planning decisions need to reflect the changes in demand for land, which in this case officers consider warranted based on the available evidence. Page 69 of the agenda pack details a clear and demonstrable need for affordable housing within Stalham. At the beginning of March, 903 households have expressed an interest in living in Stalham, with 153 of these being in bands 1 and 2. The proposal is for 40, 100% affordable houses with a range of both size and tenure types, from 1-bed flats to 4-bed houses. The proposal has been through a series of design iterations which have revised the layout and introduced some variation in external materials. The design and layout of the proposed flats has also been amended to introduce design features to soften its impacts. The proposed flats will be 3 stories in height and similar in design to the extra care building under PF 21/1532. The proposal includes a footway and cycle link to the wider residential development to the north. The landscaping scheme has been similarly amended to take into consideration the loss of 9 mature trees along Yarmouth Road and introduce more native planting on site and along the southern boundary with the Yarmouth Road. Despite these amendments, Conservation and Design, Landscape and Planning officers still consider the proposal to be contrary to policy in terms of its overall design and landscape and character impacts. This can be viewed on pages 69 to 72 of your agenda packs. The site is considered to be located in a sustainable location due to its near town centre location and access to local goods, services and public transport. The Highway Authority have raised no objections in highway safety or infrastructure terms. The proposal is not considered to generate an unacceptable impact on highway safety, nor are the residual cumulative impacts on the road network considered to be severe, in line with MPPF paragraph 111. Various conditions are also proposed to safeguard highways, amenities and safety. The southern part of the site will need to be subject to pre-commencement conditions for archaeological excavation to continue those excavations undertaken under PF 12-1427 at the request of Norfolk County Council Historic Environment Service. The proposal will provide acceptable surface and foul water drainage schemes and likely significant effects under the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017 have been ruled out, subject to appropriate mitigation measures. These include the payment of the GRM's contribution obligation to tackle visitor impact pressures on designated habitat sites, the provision of dog waste bins and ongoing maintenance, and the provision of green infrastructure information boards and new resident information packs. Other financial contributions required by Norfolk County Council have been assessed not to be viable in delivering the scheme by the Council's independent liability assessor. As detailed on page 82 of the agenda pack, the applicant has agreed in principle to the imposition of the pre-commencement conditions on pages 88 to 91. The application is also would also be subject to the signing of a Section 106 agreement to secure the affordable housing, GRM's payments, and dog bin provision. Overall, the scheme is recommended for approval, subject to conditions and a Section 106 agreement, due to the substantial public benefits of the proposal being considered to outweigh the development plan policy departures in this instance. Full details of the planning balance can be viewed on pages 84 to 85 of your agenda pack. Thank you.
Thank you. In a very full and well-argued report.
Can I just, it's relevant to a declaration. Do we know who the housing association developer will be?
Victory Housing, I believe.
Okay, that's fine. It's just I'm a director of Broadland Housing, so I needed to, because I couldn't read it in here.
You're safe this time.
And I suddenly thought, oh, okay, thank you. That's fine.
Thank you. Okay, we move again to public speakers. Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Chairman. I've only got 2 points. One is to reiterate the first part of what he stated before, and I think has been mentioned again, but I will say it again, is that Stalham Town Council were disappointed that no communication or consultation was taking place on this planning. And it is correct that we tried everything to do that. We contacted people, we contacted the developer, they didn't want to know. I think this, from our point of view, and this is to be noted, it's how the council feels, we're being done to rather than involved in. And I think that's a point that we want to get across this morning. The only other point that I've got, again, you've got 2 schools that are situated in the middle of these developments. What you will see from the plan, there's no access for pedestrian or cycle routes between what we call Yarmouth Road and Ingham Road. So therefore, you are pushing all the schools and the traffic and bicycles, etc., out and around onto the Yarmouth Road, where people are collecting from both sites. I didn't see any access routes. I don't think there is any from where I looked at the plans, but that I think needs to be considered, because that's very clearly going to be a safety issue. The other point, I accept that from what I've heard this morning, the pavements are going to be widened, certainly adjacent to the actual development of the site. But if you walk down Yarmouth Road, it narrows considerably. So if you will have to cross that road at some point to get on a wider pavement. So I think that's just the points I'd like to make.
Thank you. Thank you, Norman.
Good morning, councillors, for a second time. I object to the Med Centre's planning application for housing on the Yarmouth Road site for the following reasons. As the planning officer's report identified, the application breaches NNDC policy ST01 because the site has already fulfilled the housing allocation under this policy. The officer has confirmed that the proposal is surplus and contrary to policy requirements and is overdevelopment of the site as a whole, whereas the employment allocation under this policy has not been fulfilled. It beggars belief, therefore, that this application has even been considered. The original approval for mixed development of this and the already developed adjoining land was established for a reason. It was granted as mixed so as to obtain a balance of places to live and places to work. Nothing in respect of this requirement has changed. So why are we even considering additional housing? It cannot simply be to tick the council's housing quota box. It is for this reason that the current designation for the development of the site should be retained as commercial. We have enough people living in Stalham, and now we need to provide jobs for them close to where they live. There is no other land currently available in Stalham that could provide this opportunity. North Norfolk District Council declared a climate emergency in 2019. How can you possibly approve an application that totally contradicts this by positively encouraging increased car use over long distances purely to reach a place of work? To maximise the benefit of a business park on the site, the visual presence of commercial activity immediately adjacent to Yarmouth Road is vital. The current proposal shows this area filled with high-density housing, which could be located more appropriate areas in the town, whilst freeing up this space for commercial development that necessitates good road access. This is the only remaining site in Stalham that can offer this. The Stalham Area Business Forum, together with the council's economic development officers, plus town, district and county councillors, attempted to negotiate with med centres to reconsider their application for affordable housing in favour of constructing a business park on this site. Considerable effort was expended in attempting to engage med centres cooperation. Regrettably, Nicholas Arnold, the Group Managing Director of Med Centres, was completely and utterly uncooperative in considering any alternative proposals. Amidst numerous attempts to establish a workable solution, he abruptly terminated the dialogue with the words, "I think we now need to close this dialogue." A perfect illustration of the arrogance of a developer who has no regard for local opinion and, more significantly, is not here today.
Mr. Dolby.
Very much. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, councillors, it wasn't my intention to speak to you again, but I've been quite appalled at what I've heard this morning, particularly with the traffic assessment for Stalham Junction that was considered to be satisfactory. Then you obviously don't live in Stalham. I'm going to draw your attention to what occurred when COVID first appeared on the scene. Tesco's ran out of toilet rolls and the whole area went into gridlock of traffic. Nobody could get in, nobody could get out. Quarter of a mile of traffic down the A147, 146 or whatever it is. This is what can occur when you overload a traffic system. So I'd like you to take that into consideration and listen to the people who live in Stalham, because they know that the Stalham Junction is unsatisfactory as it is at the moment. Secondly, I'm going to draw your attention to the words affordable housing. What is affordable housing? Can any of you define it? If I had £1 million, which I haven't, If I had that £1 million and I went out and bought a £1 million house, that house was affordable. So it's a complete misnomer. Did the developer tell you what he considered, what they considered to be affordable? Was that cost of a house affordable, or was it unaffordable? Where's the line drawn? Do any of you know? I certainly don't. And lastly, I'm going to ask councillors to think very carefully before they inflict further damage on the village of Stalham. Think carefully about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Towers. Leave it on, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the disappointment of the previous decision can only reinforce the argument about employment land. So in Stalham, there's a distinct lack, sorry, I've said that. Now, basically, we are not objecting to the principle of increasing Stalham's housing stock, which we acknowledge is necessary, despite Stalham being a small growth town. There is no shortage of alternative housing development opportunities in the town. The emerging local plan shows an allocated site designated solely for housing on Ingham Road. In keeping with the growth proposed for Stalham, this site is suitable for some 70 properties. As part of a larger area put forward, one which could accommodate approximately 250 houses. So looking forward, there will be no shortage of land available for housing. We need to also refer to the emerging local plan to see that a rectangular site to the east of the site in question is amalgamated with this site to give an overall area of 4.1 hectares and with a mixed-use designation. This is the only employment area designation in the emerging local plan, which demonstrates the importance of our objection. Minutes here. Right, so where will the employment area be on this 4.1 hectare site? The only vehicular access to the rectangular site is via the applicant's site. Should their application be successful, the implication is clear. The remaining option would be to locate an employment area within this rectangular site. This would mean that the associated traffic would travel through the applicant's proposed residential site and into the heart of another predominantly residential site. This outcome would fly in the face of the instructive text previously referred to regarding the necessity of an employment area situated alongside Yarmouth Road. So please, in the light of the previous decision, could we have some employment land in Stalham? Thank you. Right, as we are well aware, there is no supporting speaker present, unfortunately. So we go to local members. I'll start with you, Pauline.
What can I say? 40 affordable dwellings. Now, we keep knocking on about this. We do need some affordable dwellings. We've got a need. I'm amazed that 903 people have expressed a desire to live in Stalham. I mean, I think it's fantastic, but where they've come from, I don't know. I just suspect that it's not to live in Stalham, it's to live in an affordable house, basically. But there we are. And it's so precise as well, a figure, 903, goodness me. I'm absolutely against the loss of economic land. I think, as we've said before, once it's gone, it's gone. And I'm not going to say any more about highways because I might explode. That road, Yarmouth Road, is dangerous. And I can't see, with all the objections that have been put forward by officers from conservation, landscaping, etc., and our own planning officers, how we can see this through. It is purely because it is affordable housing. If this was a market-led housing scheme, I have a feeling that it would have been refused. That's all I'm going to say.
Councillor Tyler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As a forward, I'd just like to reiterate again that I absolutely see the merits of affordable housing. You know, being 23 years old, the chance of me getting on the property ladder any time soon in North Norfolk is minimal. However, my first and potentially most pressing concern comes from reviewing the heritage report uploaded to the portal for these applications. This report made no acknowledgement of the First World War military encampment based on this site, which housed soldiers from the Royal Sussex Regiment before they went to war. Even more surprisingly, when I raised this fact with officers both at the district and county councils, neither knew the significant encampment ever existed. I therefore have no other option but to place serious doubt upon the methodology and therefore the execution of previous archaeological assessments carried out on this site. Further, upon questioning this document, I was sent a more conclusive archaeological study which was carried out on the land for the previous Hopkins Homes application. I cannot understand why, if this document was being used to justify the development, this was not included on either of the two planning application portals on our website. For if anyone wished to review the details of the survey, they would first need to ask of its existence, this of course being impossible. Upon reading the contents of the survey, I was surprised to learn of the long-spanning history of human activity on this site. The previous geophysics study showed what was originally thought to be a Romano-British settlement, something which could be of enormous cultural and historic value to the town that I represent. Upon raising these concerns with officers at Norfolk County Council, they agreed that not enough investigation had been carried out to recommend approval of this application. Further, the expert from the Historic Environment Services disputed the original findings of the report that this was in fact a Romano-British settlement. It was his opinion that this was in fact a late Anglo-Saxon structure, which shows that academic discord is already developing on the nature and purpose of this very apparent building. Therefore, my first point will be, before any application can be considered, a full metal detectorist survey must be completed across the entire site to try and collect evidence and preserve the story of the brave young men of the Royal Sussex Regiment who served our country during the Great War. Further to this survey, I would like to see a full archaeological assessment done on the potential settlement which lays on this site. Simply, until we see excavation, we will not know what lays beneath the ground. I urge councillors to consider this. We will have more building, we will have more houses, but we only have one chance to preserve history, to preserve culture, and to preserve the story of the people of Stalham. I must also admit, these two applications combined reminisce of the council estate from the 1970s. What we see here is the placing of vulnerable people and low-income people together in a big block with only one access road in or out of the estate. Should this road be blocked for any reason, we could see some severe consequences to those who would eventually live here. For an example, should an emergency service vehicle need to access the bottom end of the estate, but there is considerable traffic or parked vehicles on the road, it may not be able to reach the resident in need. Further, due to the nature of part of the development and vulnerable elderly people being housed, I think it prudent to expect a higher than average reliance on emergency services, in particular ambulances. In addition to this most concerning consideration, there exists no visitor parking on the estate. This will mean that when people come to visit their relatives or relations, there is a much greater risk that the road in and out of the site will become congested. I'd like to say again, from my role as a Stalham Town Councillor, I'm extremely disappointed that the developer has not sought to open that dialogue to speak with us, because a lot of these issues could have been resolved weeks, if not months ago, if that discussion had occurred. So given these factors and high local feeling against this poorly planned application, I have no other option but to propose that we reject the officer's recommendations. We cannot fail in our duties to the electorate, and we must act to prevent exacerbation of serious issues across the town of Stalham. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we move into wider debate, can I ask officers to clarify one or two things? We'll pick up on the archaeological matters. If I look at the pre-commencement conditions, it would appear that under 4A and 4C on page 88, that those matters are covered.
Yes, Chair. This pre-commencement condition came drafted by County Council Historic Environment Service and covers the excavation of, or further excavation of the site as previously done under the older application.
So all appropriate archaeological investigations will take place.
Yes.
Thank you. A couple of other points. There was a point made about the lack of access across the site between the schools. I'm looking on the drawings provided, and again, I'm struggling to see that, as I am any sort of emergency access from the adjacent development. Another point that's been raised will be provided or could be provided under an additional condition.
There is a condition for a footpath through from the north of this site through to the Hopkins site already there onto Ingham Road.
Yes, so it's just not clear on the drawings. But have you? And in terms of emergency access, I can see a point where it's likely to be, but there will be, so the vehicles can get into the northern end of the site.
There will be fire hydrants on site, but for sort of emergency access technical rationale, I'd ask Andrew to comment as highways officer.
There is no emergency access from this site to the Hopkins development of this scale wouldn't require it.
Oh, we're having trouble hearing you, Andrew.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I moved my microphone early on. Yeah, sorry, there is no emergency access from this development into the Hopkins development to the north. Development of this scale wouldn't require multiple points of access into it or an emergency access. Just going back on the footpath point as well, there is also the opportunity to walk across the open space, of course, as well, where there are footpath links through to Ingham Road.
Okay. So I do have some concerns about the lack of additional access. This on other applications, but maybe that is something that does need to be looked at, and possibly in terms of conditions somewhere that explores that one further. Finally, we've had the usual point made about what is affordable. I believe there is a definition of that. My understanding is 85% of local market value considered affordable. Some would consider a bit of a joke in parts of our districts. Councillor Toy.
Yeah, I'd call up the government definition of affordable housing, if that would help, Mr. Chair. It says affordable housing includes social rented, affordable rented and intermediate housing provided to specific eligible households whose needs are not met by the market. It can be new build property or private sector property that has been purchased for use as an affordable home.
Thank you. Anything to add, Jeff, at this point? Okay, debate. Go first. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, several things. I'd just like to say the highways are thing again. People are saying it's unsatisfactory at the moment. This, as we've been told, 35 journeys with the two sites does not add significantly to that. I understand there is an issue there, but this application has that's not going to change that. If this was not built, those issues would still be there. So I think we need to try and separate those out. One thing that I can't see in the report, and maybe officers can supply for me, are these houses being built to the what I would like to call the minimum standard required in terms of thermal efficiency and design? I couldn't find that clearly in there. Maybe it's there, and I apologise if I've missed it. because we do need to, even for affordable housing, push to the highest level of design. I would like to know what standards being offered here. As regards growing a council estate from the 70s, I grew up in one of them, Mr. Chairman, and actually it was very forward thinking. It's the kind of place that people are looking to build now. The houses opened out onto streets. The parking was at the rear. It all went through green spaces, had local doctors, it had local shops, it had local industrial areas. So actually there was a lot of good stuff went on in housing in the 70s. And I personally, we need to actually look back at some of that because there were some good things went on there because it was developed by councils and not by private developers. And councils understood those options better. So I think to use housing estates of the 70s is not a reasonable analogy to use, as actually some of them were very good. Yeah, I think that's all I need to say at this time, but I would like to know about the standards of the houses if officers could help with that. Thank you.
Do we have any comment on that, Richard?
Yes, so page 78 and 79 of the report details the sustainable construction methods to be used. It's a fabric first approach to development with additional thermal bridging techniques. Yes, rather long sentence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What can I say that hasn't already been said appertaining to the first application? Well, I look at it like this. We're asked to approve a secondary application on the same site, of which Highways in the first instance made no comparison to, or very little. You are now moving younger families because you want younger families into the area. And they will most definitely probably have 2 cars because if they've got to supply themselves, they're going to have 2 jobs. I think the road access to this is appalling. When it's just been tacked on, it appears, I understand there's been the planning situation, but when you look at it generally, people believe, and you see the condition, see the plans here, another part has been tacked on to the end of it because it's affordable housing and that's where it's going to go. That just, to me, just gives more credence to my argument first time round. I think my opinions of Highways are best be kept to what I can call the respectable part of comment. And I'll leave that one there. But I don't think there's enough work being put in for the traffic surveys, for the location of Stalham itself to the Yarmouth Road, the present building going on there, and also it has been done with the Tesco store, lots, 3 or 4 years, 5 years back. We've had the development not so long ago that came through here a couple of years ago. And I know that there's future plans for further housing in Stalham. So I think that's got to be looked at. And it amazes me why all this can't be looked at together and some forward planning future thought is given. I think Highways have got a lot of questions to answer for. As regards the loss of commercial property, once again, I think that's scandalous. These people are going to need jobs. We are going to need jobs for the betterment of the local and county economic living. And once that commercial property has gone, it don't come back. So that goes hand in hand with the first one, and it's a separate entity on this application. Thirdly, I am pleased that the historical part has been looked after. We are a nation that has a conscience, and the conscience gives this nation soul. And our conscience looks back to our former heritage, to the people that died in battle, whether it happens to be the First World War, goes back to Roman times. They should be given due diligence and due time to find what is there underneath. It was only through something like that that they found that could rebuild the Globe Theatre in London's East End. And they were given time, but the pressure for them to stop digging was paramount. But in the end, they forced the issue. And I come to the last thing. I understand what my learned friend says about council estates as they were in the 70s. I ask you to look up your annals of the Golf Links estate on the borders between Southall and Greenford in West London, which is supposed to be a new model for housing, of mixed housing, houses, flats, 3-story houses, a residential centre, old age living, as they called it then. But then about the mid-1980s, the place was condemned. It was a ghetto. and garages were left unrepaired, and now the council want to knock it all down. So good on you, London Borough of Ealing. I'm glad we don't have that problem, but there are bad instances. Portfolio holder, and if you lived on an estate like that, you were very, very lucky, because living in London, they never happened. They never happened. So all in all, I think this is a secondary application to this site. I think this should go away, like sadly the first one should have done. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline.
Thank you. I'll just draw your attention, if you look to your maps, to the lower section of this proposition, which is the section which actually goes onto the Yarmouth Road. You'll see there's a block of 18 flats, again 3 stories high, which back onto the site that we have already approved. So you've got 2 blocks now. You've got a 61 unit block, 3 stories high, and you've got an 18 unit block, 3 stories high on this piece of land. Also, I would just say to you that as we are increasing the number of units and houses we are building in Stalham, this will be an extra 40 houses, and the 70 that are proposed for the other end of Broadbeach. We have very poor public transport facilities. We have no trains. So, and these houses will, as the councillor who's just spoken stated, will be provided for basically younger people. So they've got to work somewhere. So we're getting rid of the economic development land in Stalham and the surrounds. So they've got to use their cars. And here we have a climate problem, climate proposition where we are encouraging people to travel distances to find work. Now, the nearest commercial area, it would be Wroxham and Hobton, and also North Walsham. Apart from that, they would have to travel, if they do want to get decent jobs, I'm not saying they're not available, but in quantities, they'll have to go 18 miles to Yarmouth, 17 miles to Norwich, and roughly 18 miles to Cromer. So this isn't just looking at putting housing down, which we seem to be doing. It's looking at the wider concepts. We should not be encouraging people to use their cars. Now, I know we're going to say, oh gosh, they're going to put in electric points for electric cars. Electric cars at the moment are extremely expensive, and I don't know that the costs are dropping that tremendously. I hope they do, because I can see that that will be the way forward. We've got a conflict with oil and gas production. There has been mooted that we're going to open the coal mines possibly again. So, you know, there's all sorts of climate problems here. And I'm quite happy with young people moving into the area. I think we definitely need new blood. Stalham and Norfolk is an old people's area, really. I mean, you look at the number, we've got the 40 McCarthy and Stone units which have gone in, which I hadn't realised are not occupied completely. But that is a private development and quite expensive. So I leave it at that. We are looking at another 40 houses. We're completely destroying the economic development land, and I think we're not looking ahead. I think we're merely looking at looking now at fulfilling our housing need, housing propositions, housing proposals, and looking out for our land supply, our 5-year land supply. That's it.
Councillor Rest.
Thank you, Chairman. I may have actually found what I wanted. I noticed that they're looking at 40 of properties where people will live. I was looking at the car parking facility, but I've now found it says the mode for funds car parking 75 spaces, 2 of which are disabled. Is that correct? That's what it's saying. On page 78. Sorry? Yeah. Right, so 79.5 spaces. Okay, I was just a bit concerned about the 40 affordable homes and then the 70, how many parking spaces. I didn't quite see it then. Just from point of interest, one of the issues that going back to Fakenham again, I get a lot of complaints about is on these areas where there is no garages, people are parking. There are constant complaints that we are getting that they can't park in their own place because other people are taking them. They're allocated a space, but everyone's got 2 cars, so they're just taking someone else's. So it's all becoming a bit of a sort of first come, first serve, but it doesn't work like that. So I'm just making sure that there was sufficient. If there's 40 spaces, 79, then that should be sufficient. Thank you.
Any comments on parking? Or are you happy with it? Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
Tim. Thank you. Well, I did just want to comment that the lack of pre-submission consultation is disappointing. We've heard that mentioned several occasions this morning. So I did just want to reflect on that. I'm not sure it's material to the consideration of the application, but it is something we, do need to encourage from our developers moving forward, certainly. And, perhaps there's still room for conversation after the event, but I appreciate for the consultees, statutory and public, that will be considered too late. But it is something we do need to encourage. And of course it is within our policies to do so. I do feel the proposal will contribute towards the vitality of the town centre and the existing employment. I also additional traffic resulting from the development, as we've heard, is demonstratively fairly low. But as we've heard from our local members who know the ward well, there are existing infrastructure issues, and they've been highlighted again and again. But neither of them have been caused by the application. And, I do feel that there is more engagement needed from the county council, particularly on these matters for Stalham moving forward. But we know there's an affordable homes need for Stalham and the surrounding areas. And we can see here that there's a mix of both social rents, with Victory being the social landlord, as we've heard, and 12 shared ownership properties, and that's the type of property we want to see an increase in. Of course, it provides an opportunity for people to get onto the housing ladder. I wasn't clear on the archaeological considerations, but I presume here from what I'm reading that further investigations are necessary via the written scheme of investigation. But that was mainly clear. I'm in favour of this development. Thank you.
Are you proposing?
Am I correctly saying it hasn't been?
It hasn't been proposed.
Well, I will propose then. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, I'm happy to second Councillor's proposal. We have a situation here where several of our policies are challenged by this proposal. But we are aware that the provision of affordable housing in our district, and in Stalham in particular, which is, I think, on a par with other small growth villages needs to be increased if we're going to maintain our 5-year land supply. So I am prepared to support this. I think it's in the correct location. The traffic issue has been settled by acceptance of the previous application, so we have to accept that, and I would be happy to second this proposal, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Richard, is there any way, so I still have serious concerns over the access, and obviously the county council officer highlighted that there is no emergency access. You know, so if that entry road is blocked, you know, either by cars or parked on the pavement or anything, is there any way to amend the plans to have 2 access routes into this site? Because, you know, if we're sitting here and it could be a few months, it could be a few years after the development's been built, and we have a situation where an emergency vehicle needs to get to the bottom of that estate and it cannot get through, is that not opening ourselves up to criticism and critique?
Well, through you, Chair, I think in terms of the layout of the site, it would be very difficult to get a second access through either what is already there in the Dolford site with the Hopkins development, or on the Yarmouth Road with the need for junction distances, separation distances between each other. So I think we would be really struggling to be able to put 2 accesses on.
Okay. John.
Thank you, Chairman. Just on that point, I mean, I've been sitting here listening to this, and I have to say I'm all for further development and everywhere. I'm really concerned about this statement now about the emergency access points, that they're not going to be there. And I have to say that in light of that, I will vote against this. Thank you.
Could I just ask Mr. Willard to comment further on emergency access? Is the road as laid out considered to meet all requirements for emergency access, even if it's partially or wholly blocked?
I mean, the short answer is yes, it is. There's no requirement within national guidance to provide either 2 points of access or emergency accesses into any residential development. There's no ability to provide an access beyond pedestrians and cycles into the Hopkins development, and as Richard has said, there isn't sufficient frontage onto Yarmouth Road to provide 2 points of access. But the access road is 5.5 metres wide. That's wide enough for 2 lorries to pass each other, and is sufficient to serve development of this scale.
Okay. Richard, do you want to add anything?
No, Andrew stole my thunder on that.
Okay. Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thanks to the officers for a comprehensive and very, very helpful report. Yeah, so we seem to be concentrating vehicles today, and thank you, Councillor Rest, for raising emergency access. I too find the nature of this linear development occupying the whole site quite concerning, with only one vehicle access point. So like Councillor Rest, I find it difficult to support the proposal as it currently is. Thank you.
Very briefly.
Yeah, just a quick one, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Coming back at what Councillor Rest has said, and I know through other areas, can I just ask through you to the highways officer? Is there any way that questions are asked to the ambulance service, health service, etc., for emergency access when these sites are given highway clearance? I mean, we've just heard a lot of access queries, emergency access, space is limited. And if you get 2 cars parked down there, I'm pretty sure an ambulance, if needed down the end, is not going to get through. I have to ask the question, and it's come with this part of the total application. What mechanism is there for asking the emergency services for access into these estates? Is any consideration given, or does it whitewash away and we don't need to do it? Thank you.
I mean, as for highway authority, a consultative process, so we don't then consult with emergency services. If the planning authority wishes to consult with emergency services, that's our prerogative to do that, but that's not something we would do.
I was going to say, we've consulted the county council in their various sort of ranges of consultative work that they do for us, and that includes the fire service. So there's a consultation for this application to Norfolk Fire Service, and they've made a recommendation for the fire hydrant, which will be secured by this planning permission. So there would be a hydrant on site in a place, it has to be a certain distance from properties, and that will be secured by this condition. So if there was a blockage in the road, there would be the ability to deal with a fire if it was in a sort of further away from the highway. So there are ways and means that you can get around roads being blocked. It's not a new issue for the fire service to have to deal with inconsiderate parking by residents on residential areas. It's an issue they come up with regularly, and I'm sure you've all seen the message that they put out about thinking about where people park. So there are ways and means to address this. We've got a number of developments, not just this one, where there's a single point of access into the estate. So if we started to say we can't have any more development unless there's two accesses, there's a lot of development that will be preventing from taking place. But the safety issues have been considered. The fire officers have given us our response, and that's why we've made the recommendation with the condition as we suggested.
Thank you. Councillor Kershaw.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the adjacent site, the Hopkins site, from the aerial view, it's a more convoluted road than this particular site. So I don't know if there's any evidence of emergency vehicles being hindered on that site, but it's self-evident that the access is no worse. In fact, it's probably better than the previous site. So I think it's a moot argument, personally.
Thank you. I'd have to say that I look at the Hopkins site in North Walsham, Hornbeam Road is the only access into a significantly larger development. It is not uncommon. Very brief for them, Pauline.
Just bring up the fact of, Richard's just mentioned, the Broadbeach estate actually does have two accesses. One is the public access, but there is a private access which can be used. So it goes in a horseshoe.
Yeah, aware of that. Found that last November. Okay. I propose that we will move to the vote. The recommendation is previously delegated authority Assistant Director of Planning to approve, subject to a very long list of conditions, some of which we have already explored. Take the vote, please, Lauren.
Councillor Adams. Councillor Brown. Councillor Fisher.
4.
Councillor Fitzpatrick. Councillor Grove-Jones. Councillor Heinrich.
4.
Councillor Kershaw.
4.
Councillor Mancini-Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Pearce.
Against.
Councillor Rest. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Toy.
4.
And Councillor Yassimi. So that is 7 for, 1 abstention and 5 against. So that's carried.
It's carried. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. The application is approved. Thank you. Okay, we're coming up to 12:30. We'll take agenda item 10 and then take a break for lunch. Hopefully then we can mop up the remainder really quickly after lunch. Agenda item 10 is a variation of condition relating to well-known site, Haringham High Street. RV 212885. Who is presenting on this? Jeff, I think, isn't it? Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully this one will be a little bit quicker to deal with than the previous ones. So this item starts on page 97 of your agenda. Just in terms of sort of background history, there was 2 previous permissions on this site in 2017 and 2018, which have allowed the erection of 6 flats distributed across 3 floors, and shops, restaurants and hot food takeaway spread across 3 units on the ground floor and 1 unit on the first floor. On page 98, it sets out the proposal. So what we're looking at here is a variation of a condition from the 2018 permission in order to amend the approved plans. So it would comprise a change of use of the approved first floor restaurant to 2 additional class 3 flats, bringing the total number of flats on site to 8. Additionally, the proposal seeks to merge units on the ground floor, 2 units into 1. And so that's now a unit that's under a restaurant sort of hot food takeaway use under A3/A5. Externally, there are a few amendments to the scheme, which mainly include insertion of 2 balconies on the north elevation and 1 bedroom window and balcony on the first floor, the south elevation. Now, these plans were supplied in your presentation pack, so you've got quite a lot of detail to go on there in terms of the compare and contrast between what was originally approved and what's now being asked for permission. Now, in terms of the consultees, you've probably noted there's an objection from Sheringham Town Council, and as stated for the reasons on page 99, predominantly they have some concerns about the potential for a large hot food takeaway on the ground floor. Now, across pages 101 and 102, I said that the report sets out the acceptability of the principle of the proposed uses. And on page 106, it sort of sets out the amount of floor space that's changed in relation to the commercial uses on the site. And then section 11 of the officer report sets out the other material considerations, including a compulsory purchase order that affects the site at this present moment in time. So there are requirements under that CPO for the construction works to commence by the 1st of June 2022, and for the practical completion of the development to take place on or before the 1st of June 2023. So there is quite a tight time window for this development to be completed, otherwise CPO proceedings would take place. Just touching on the planning history, you may have seen there's also another application, RV 212886, which is mentioned in the planning history. That was actually approved under delegated powers yesterday, so that has now been approved in relation to the timeframe for works to start, because the CPO has now in effect superseded the previous conditions that that application related to. So taking all the issues together, so there's a lot of detail in the report. Hopefully there's been a lot there for members to take in, but it kind of sets out the issues. Our recommendation is one of approval with conditions are set out across pages 108 to 113 of the agenda. I do have the representations of Councillor Withington, so at the appropriate time, I'm happy to read those out for you.
Okay, thank you. Since we have no town or parish speakers, no objecting speakers, no supporting speakers, appropriate time to do it now, Joe. Councillor Withington is still unwell, by the way, for members.
Okay, there's quite a bit to read out, but I'll try and sort of read as well as I can. So Councillor Withington has said that she's called this application in for consideration by the committee due to concerns expressed by the town council, along with the views expressed to her by residents and members of the Chamber of Trade. She says that concerns have been expressed in regard to the following areas. So the first one is that the proposed changes to the ground floor layout and design and the inserting of a large hot food takeaway, he says, contravene policy EN4 of the core strategy. The large hot food takeaway would not be in keeping with other hot food takeaways in the town. The majority of retailers and food outlets operating within the Sheringham Conservation Area do so from single smaller sized units. She says the nature of Sheringham High Street with its smaller single units encourages and supports independent retailers. A larger unit with its associated cost may only be viable when operated by a retail chain. The viability and sustainability of the town centre may be detrimentally affected should the proposal changes be agreed. Then talks about the first floor restaurants changing. So the proposed changes on the first floor from restaurant to residential units are disappointing. Preference lies in the retention of the Sea View restaurant with its unique selling feature, serving as a destination asset to tourists and locals alike. The first floor allowing for views over the dominating concrete seawall. As a modern building with accessibility built into the design and construction, it also provides access to those sea views for those with mobility issues and in wheelchairs that the older buildings already in Sheringham do not have the capacity to incorporate. The availability of such a building to allow for such an accessible and destination asset is very lacking in the town. It would be very much a lost opportunity for the sustainability and development of the town centre as an all year round centre rather than a seasonal seaside resort if this variation is agreed. This is of great importance for the quality of life for local residents for whom an all year round town centre service is essential. Last 2 points. So she says that residents are aware that there is a shortage of homes in this area due to the high number of second homes and holiday lets. However, overwhelmingly, residents have not been persuaded the benefits of the larger units outweigh the provision of the 2 additional residential units. This is mainly since they will more than likely be either second homes or holiday lets due to the location and the price, which will be beyond most local people. In pre-2019, when the then NDC administration brought forward their own plans for development in this location, which incorporated the Chequers car park and larger units, similar objections were made in regard to concerns about the size of the retail units. Along with the removal of the car park, however, it was exactly the smaller units and the 2-floor restaurant that brought the support of the town council and residents for the current approved plan, that the committee are now considering an application for a variation. Councillor Withington says that I would therefore ask the committee to consider the implications of this variation across the town, which may seem wider than on initial consideration, to help support the sustainability of Sheringham as an all year round town centre. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions to Jeff. I don't see specific reference to any hot food takeaway. I see A3/A5 use, which obviously could include such. But, we are looking at it as A3/A5. We're not looking at a specific use for those ground floor units.
Also, there's some flexibility by the provision. It could be a restaurant, it could be one of the other. There's flexibility in this that allows, depending on whichever user comes forward to take on the premises. So
yeah, that's what I thought. I just want to be clear that some people may be jumping to conclusions, and this application allows for a variety of catering uses. So, presumably, and we've rehearsed this one many times, there is no way we can condition the flats that they are not and do not end up as holiday lets.
We wouldn't want to condition it, but I suppose looking at it from a different perspective, actually having tourists in there could actually contribute positively to the vitality of the town centre as well. So it's not, say, detrimental to the town centre having tourists in the town centre spending their money.
Agreed. There is a balance there which we need to consider. Is it economic or is it housing? Okay, over to members. Councillor Toy.
I'll kick it off, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, obviously I hear what Councillor Withington's saying, but also what little I know of Sheringham and Cromer, and looking at the pictures presented to us, I mean, we actually have, there's one picture here, the Grey Seal, which would be almost it backing onto this, which is a local company, albeit they've got several branches, and it's double fronted. We've got the lifeboats next side, double fronted. I think it's called the Trawlerman, isn't it? There's a fish and chip restaurant that started off in a single unit and took over the unit next door. So I think there's a need within the town, but I don't live there, so I accept the local member's opinion for a range of units, and this gives a single and a double fronted opportunity for whatever use, as you've already discussed. So I actually, yeah, I think it's acceptable. The question of the restaurant with the view and accessibility to people, I would just note that the restaurant that has a view near the pier in Cromer has changed hands several times. And so I think the question of viability is possibly why this has happened. I don't know, Mr. Chairman. They're just my observations, which I'm sharing with the committee. But I think on balance, looking at it, I would be happy to propose acceptance. Thank you.
Proposed. I just want to go at this one.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, first of all, it's just so good to see that the Shannock site is actually being developed after sitting derelict for so long. I think the changes proposed are minimal. I think we're trying to. The last talk was about getting businesses moving into a town. I think this does support the tourist offer. Other businesses might be wary of it, but then maybe it helps them up their offer. I think we're looking to improve the seaside facilities. I think this goes a long way to doing it, so I'm prepared to second this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, officers, for the report. To my mind, this is non-controversial. I think it brings more housing to the district, 2 extra flats. Okay, it might be a small number, but a useful small number nonetheless in a pleasant location. So I don't think there's anything to get upset about that. It retains commercial units in the overall development, so we've got a mixed development. So I think it ticks all the boxes. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Right.
Just a quickie, Mr. Chairman. The history of the Shannocks is well known to many people, myself particularly, and a few of councillors here, because it's been running for a very long time. The site has been problematical. I hope that these amendments will finally ease the bad memory of this site, that awful hotel, and the shadow that it cast over the coast in Sheringham. And I think underneath, although some people may resent or oppose what's happened, I do think it would be good for Sheringham, and I do think a lot of the local people up there would support it, because it brings more business, more commercial viability and economic stability to the town, and we need that because it is a tourist economy. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to back that actually. I love Sheringham very much, equally as Cromer. I do love North Norfolk in general. But I think it will make a vast improvement to the area. On the business sense, I just want to add a little bit, nothing to do with planning. Someone made a point about the building and the business. It's the people who run it, not the building. I just wanted to.
Okay, I feel we can go to the vote there. The recommendation is approval, subject to the usual list of conditions. I'm supposed to go through those. We have proposed by Councillor Toy, seconded by Councillor Kershaw.
Okay, Councillor Adams. Councillor Brown. 4. Councillor Fisher.
4.
Councillor Fitzpatrick.
4.
Councillor Grove-Jones. 4. Councillor Heinrich.
4.
Councillor Kershaw.
4.
Councillor Mancini-Boyle.
4.
Councillor Pearce.
4.
Councillor Rest.
4.
Councillor Taylor. 4. Councillor Toy.
4.
And Councillor Yassimi.
4.
That is unanimous, 13-4.
Thank you. Okay, it is 12:45 and is lunch available, or shall we?
I was just going to note, members, that I will bring lunch in here. There's not much space in the canteen at the moment, so I will collect it. But feel free to stretch your legs,
Okay.
and I'll bring it through.
Thank you. We'll take a 30-minute break only, and aim to finish before 2 o'clock. I hope. Come along, Andreas, you want to get home today. Okay, are we all set, Matt? Online? Okay, I'm going to make a slight change to the running order and move PU 21/3150 to the next item, as we've had a speaker sitting here. Oh, blimey, what page 123 on your agenda. We've had a speaker sitting around all morning now, and we need to get this one out of the way. Busy time. Snoring. Jeff, I believe you're presenting on this one.
Sorry, Chairman, I couldn't, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry about that.
I do apologise. Now my microphone on. I apologise, Chairman, for a late admission of interest. Little Snoring is adjacent to my ward, but I actually am personally acquainted with some people nearby that application. So I think it'd be in the best interest I didn't take part in debate or the vote, so there's no conflict. I think hopefully our members will understand that position. Thank you.
Thank you. All set, Jeff?
Well, I can start anyway. So this item starts on page 123 of your agenda. And just to work. Right, just, yeah, that's fine. Now you're probably thinking, this is quite different to our normal planning application processes, and you'd be quite right. This is not your sort of normal planning application that comes before committee. So it's, what I would say is that the usual rules sort of don't apply to this type of application. So the development plan policy is not the sort of the governing factor in determination. It's the rules and regulations that sit within Class Q under the sort of process. So I've sought to explain the Class Q process on page 124 of the agenda. So we are in essence looking at two parts. So we're what I refer to as Q1 is in effect a series of restrictions or tests. Does this proposal, is it capable of being permitted development? This is what we're, the first part of under Class Q. And these issues are considered in detail across pages 128 to 131 of your agenda. So I sort of set out what the requirements are and what the officer of view is in relation to those specific requirements. So having looked at the parts on the Q1, officers have concluded that the proposal does comply with Q1 and therefore is capable of being permitted development. So that's the first hurdle. Is it capable of being permitted development? And the officer view is yes, it is. And then we get on to the second part where we can make reference to development plan policy, but only insofar as it relates to the strict A to G criteria that I've set out in the report on page 124. So we set out, again, an assessment against those sort of criteria at the bottom of page 131 and 132 of the agenda. So whilst officers note that there are a wide range of issues of concern raised by the local ward council across agenda pages 125 and 126, particularly in relation to compliance with policy SS1, SS2, HO9, EN2 and EN4, when actually we assess against the limited set of criteria under what we call Q2 of the class Q, officers have no overriding concerns in respect to the matters A to G. We've had no relevant consultees raise objections in relation to those matters. And no further information is required by officers in respect to the proposed development. The recommendation is therefore one that prior approval is not required and the development is permitted subject to the conditions in summary form set out on page 133 of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, slightly unusual one in that if it meets the requirements as set out under, as I said, then it has to be approved. We'll take it from there. Okay, we have no town or parish speaker, no objecting speaker. Mr. Allen, you've been very patient. Second one. One to the right.
Can everybody hear me okay?
You're live.
Mr. Chairman, councillors. Yeah, thanks very much for bringing this forward. I've listened with great interest how your committee works and some interesting sort of views and comments and experience around this table. I wanted to come along and actually, I am the developer, but I'm also the owner. And I think one of you made a comment earlier, it's disgraceful that the developer doesn't come along to these events and put their ideas forward. Well, I'm doing just that. I own the site. I've owned the site for several years, and I've set about some old farm buildings that were there previously, developed those into properties which I was going to live in one of them, but such was the time and issues of COVID and everything that I was unable to do that. And we've been trying to get the large agricultural barn at the site to be developed into suitable accommodation where I could live there. We started off looking at try and maximise the actual barn into what we thought was logical sort of sections. So we started off at looking at potentially 5, which we withdrew, and we withdrew that down from 4. And we worked very closely with the local authority to actually meet all the requirements that's needed under a class Q. And we've come along and sort of took the, after withdrawing several times, took it down to just 2 developments, which I think in some of the objection was it's a very large development. But yes, it is a building that's already exists. It's there. It is a steel framed barn that was used in the past for agricultural uses. The agricultural use is now redundant. The building it would just sit there forever and a day if we didn't do something with it. We're not proposing to change the looks of the barn, the structure of the barn, anything like that. What we're trying to do is just keep in fitting with the agricultural area, work within the guidelines of the development, and try and establish, sort of 2 properties there. It's not, in our opinion, an over development of the site at all. It tidies the site up. We can finish off the driveway to the site. As you've heard from the officers, there's no objections from either the parish council, the neighbouring people that live along the lane at the back of it. or any of the people locally. So we don't think it's overdevelopment at all. We think it's a tidying up of the site and something that I think will benefit the whole site. And basically a redundant building being reused. And in this world of sort of recycling and reuse, I think it's appropriate that we can use something that exists. We don't have to demolish it. We don't have to sort of look to demolish it and rebuild anything. We want to work within the confines of what's already there and actually tidy up the site and actually really sort of have somewhere where myself, who is the developer, living there.
I'll have to stop you there. Told the beeper has beeped.
Oh, okay,
I can
right.
hear it.
I wasn't sure it's 2 or 3 minutes I have.
I've got 2 people timing things there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we don't have the board member present, so I'm aware. So, debate.
Looks like I'm first up the blocks again, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Simply, I don't know, it's the way it's worked today. Yeah, in terms of Park Q, it works. I absolutely have sympathy with the comments made by the local member. You know, these buildings do raise the question, worthy of retention, yes, that because it'd be a wasted building otherwise. But when it gets to worthy of retention due to its appearance, historical landscape value, some of these buildings that would be questionable. However, historically, there are many of these within the county and the district and probably throughout the country, and many are being converted now. So I think it is recent history if we look at it like that. So whilst I do have the sympathy with that, I understand what you're saying about the increase in numbers, which wasn't envisaged, you know, in the early days of development. But again, on balance, you know, hopefully I've shared there my thinking, which is what I try and do with the committee. But on balance, we're reusing a building rather than wasting a building that's sitting empty within a development that's already converted barns. It fits the Park Q, so I'd be happy to propose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd echo what John says. And from a carbon point of view, I think it's very good that we're seeing buildings being reused rather than demolished and rebuilt. The reuse of materials is great. So I'm happy to second this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think the local member is right to raise the issues that he's raised, but I agree entirely with what has already been said, that Park Q applications seem to be quite challenging out in the communities in terms of people understanding exactly, you know, how they are different to the normal, as it were, planning process. Because it's an established structure that is being converted, I think the arguments against it being in an unsustainable location fall away. And also in the emerging local plan, greater emphasis is going to be given to subdividing the recycling of units in the countryside. So it doesn't have to be like a one dwelling for a one structure replacement. We are going to, I think, encourage subdivision in the emerging local plan, which I know is of almost no significance because it isn't formal policy yet, but I just mention it out of interest so people are aware. So I'm quite happy to either propose, if this hasn't been proposed already. Yes, I'm quite happy to second it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I think that our local member was right to bring it forward. For the simple reason is by the very nature of the conversion and what is being actually converted, as explained by yourself and Jeff, it is outside the normal parameters. So therefore guidance is needed because this may well come up again in other areas. So therefore we now have a precedent to look for the future. I can understand both sides here as well. But I do think looking at it, and especially the site location plan, I think the distance where it sits away from the main conurbation, and as it sits within its own grounds, makes it perfectly acceptable to be done. And, you know, it is a unusual project, to say the least. So it was just the fact that it is unusual. I think it was right to be brought forward for clarification. And yeah, I think, you know, I would give my go ahead on it. Thank you.
Okay, unless anybody else has something to say, we'll go to the vote. Prior approval is not required, but there are a set of conditions in terms of.
Okay, councillor Adams, councillor Brown, councillor Fisher, councillor Fitzpatrick, councillor Grove-Jones, 4, councillor Heinrich,
4,
councillor Kershaw, 4, councillor Mancini-Boyle, councillor Pearce,
4,
councillor Rest, 4, councillor Taylor, councillor Toy,
4,
and councillor Yousemi. So that is 12-4 and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So you do not need any further approval, prior approval as for. Thanks for putting up with the long discussions this morning. Okay, if we can move back to the two relating to Ridlington. Find my pages here. It's effectively the same site. The first relates to listed building consent, if I'm understanding correctly, Jeff, and the second, the planning commission. We need to take the listed building section first. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, councillors. Yes, as you mentioned, Chairman, this is a twofold application, but I will discuss them with the single PowerPoint presentation as the issues are basically exactly the same for both of the applications. We are discussing, first of all, listed building consent for the erection of a brick and flint wall and gate between the annex for the grade 2 listed, the old rectory, as you can see on the location plan, and the applicant property, which is Stacey Barn, just to the north. And there's the aerial photo as well. So the wall itself is sort of an S-shaped wall. It will have swan neck detailing, as I'll show on some of the elevations at either side, and fully links the Stacey Barn property and the annex to the old rectory. Those are the existing elevations with the gap there between them, certainly from the east elevation there. And the proposed, again, the lower elevation is perhaps the best indication of the scheme there with the, you'll see the swan neck detailing at the sides as it links into the dwelling, and the lower wall, which goes across the gravel driveway between the properties. The photos here show the example of the wall. You'll see the pallets and things that denotes roughly the location of this wall. And the building on the right-hand side is Stacey Barn. The building on the left is the annex to the grade 2 listed old rectory. In summary, it is a simple assessment with the listed building consent application. We have consulted with our conservation design officer, who deems that there is a less than substantial amount of harm arising from this scheme. He also states that there are no public benefits to outweigh that level of harm. And as a result, in line with the NPPF, it is recommended that the listed building consent be refused. It is also recommended for exactly the same reason that the application for planning permission be refused as well, with no other planning considerations deemed refusable at all. So both applications are recommended for refusal on that heritage reason. Thank you very much.
Before we go to debate, I believe that an alternative solution was suggested to the applicant. Been acceptable?
Yes, that's correct. It's brought to committee after quite a lengthy sort of back and forth discussion. There has been some amendments. What's put before you at the moment is the scheme that was asked to be submitted and determined today, and that is the scheme which the conservation officer has deemed unacceptable at this time.
Thank you. Okay, who wants to have a go at this one? Go on, John.
Okay. So, yeah, it does, you're right. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Okay. It's a wall between two buildings. I accept it's a listed building. We had an alternative put forward, which is, to me, a viewpoint. You know, the Conservation Design Officer said that if it was built this way, it'd be acceptable. So the question of whether it's acceptable to have a wall or not, I think says, yes, it is acceptable to have a wall. They put a gateway in that is on the line of how they've divided the properties up, which will be part of its future history, rather than, as was suggested, to be on a different line, which is not where the properties are divided and wouldn't fit with its future history. So for me, it's the judgment of whether that less than substantial, that judgment. And for me, the judgment is that actually it is acceptable. So I would not be able to support the officer's recommendation on this occasion, because I think that where it is, the public benefit in that it divides, it goes along the new dividing line and not some fictitious line that doesn't line up with things. So I think the public benefit is it clearly defines these now two distinct properties without causing damage to the heritage asset. And it's in a location that's not visible to people as well. Although I accept, you know, in heritage terms, that may count. But for me, on balance, that's where I sit, Mr. Chairman. So thank you.
Anybody else?
I think I'd agree with I agree with Councillor Toy rather than I think I'd agree. So I agree with Councillor Toy. This comes down to one person's opinion on the level of harm, and I agree that the person is an expert and got experience, but ultimately it's an opinion, and I don't understand the kind of what's not really clear is the criteria and how that decision is made, how that opinion is formed. So I won't be supporting this offer recommendation.
Okay. Okay, so no speakers in favour. Oh, yeah.
If I could just come quickly back on some of the points that have been raised, particularly on the heritage, because I mean, this is in a sense a heritage issue, and I think sometimes heritage can be seen in sort of almost an academic kind of sense of as an academic exercise. I mean the report, bottom of page 116, but sorry, the bottom page 116 on to 117, that sets out the legal duties that we have as a planning authority in terms of how we consider heritage assets. So there are statutory responsibilities that we have as planning authority under section 66 of the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Area Act. So it's not just a plain kind of planning judgment. There is the balance almost starts. We must do our best as a decision maker to make sure we don't sort of cause unnecessary harm to our heritage assets. Obviously, those are important to our district. So we have to give considerable importance and weight to in making our decision, and that's set out in the report. So yeah, just bear that in mind when making a decision. It is a judgment. The conservation officers has a view that by building the wall, you would harm the significance of the heritage asset. So that's the point. It's not whether a wall should be erected. It's what that wall does to the special significance of that heritage asset. That's the point that we perhaps just need to just bear in mind. I mean, you're entitled to come to a view, just making sure you make that on the basis of the right information you need to make that decision.
Yeah, right at the beginning, I do think there's been an acceptable solution has been proposed, which would meet conservation criteria, but not acted on. So yeah, Nigel first and forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at this quickly, you know how much I love heritage, because I do. It's an important function that we have as a core strategy and policy, and I do like to see us adhere to it. I actually think, first of all, that this is a tasteful and respectful addition to a heritage listed property. It's again sufficiently far enough away from a road or from public access behind trees as well, for somebody who says it must not be developed under any costs. You think of some of these people. Basically, I support it. I think that a brick and flint wall is tasteful. It's also a material that forms part of our heritage elsewhere. It's typically Norfolk. He lives in Norfolk. We're in Norfolk. I've got no problem with this. I just wonder why, maybe I may ask, is it just because of the heritage value that it's been brought forward to the committee?
Yes, that is the case. It's a direct heritage assessment and discussion, and that's the reason why it's been brought to you today. Pauline?
It's a wall. You know, we've had this before. I have traipsed out in the past to look at a wall because it was up for refusal again. And the planning committee went along and looked at this wall and said, we can't see the problem. And came back and voted against the officer's recommendation. I can't see what is the harm to the heritage. What is the harm in building this rather attractive wall to the existing two buildings? Have you actually got that written down somewhere, Joe?
Yes, it's on page 115 in the consultation responses. The opinion of the conservation officers is that it would constitute a strong visual and physical barrier which would block the historic route and drive a wedge between the main house and its former ancillary outbuilding.
Who lives in the actual main house?
I'm unsure of that.
So they're separate from these two. Yes, is it?
So it connects the annex to the grade 2 listed building and the applicant property, which is Stacey Barn. So I think the Stacey Barn is the applicant, but I'm unsure of the owners of the old.
So there's been no opposition coming through from the people who live in the main house?
Gerald. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. That was sort of the question I was going to ask. I noticed there's two parish councils with 2 letters of support. As Pauline's already alluded to, are there no objections from any of the other people living in the area?
Yes, that's correct. No other objections as is in the report. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I just ask what the height of the wall is, please? Can I just clarify it, because the graphics in the pack are not very clear.
No
we
problem.
can't enlarge them, can we? It's on paper.
No problem at all. So I believe that the wall is 1.8 meters at its highest. I think that's more where it connects to the adjacent properties. I think it is slightly lower than that as it then curves round where the gateway is. I believe it's lower than that there.
So in any other setting, it would be permitted development dimensions, in other words, is what we say.
Depending on any other restrictions, but obviously it is not a particularly substantial structure, but we of course do have the expert opinion of our conservation officer.
So we're not rolling up an application to put a wall that's higher than permitted development. That's not part of this, is it?
No.
It's simply the heritage point. I think this is at the lower end of the scale in terms of the harmful effects. Given that judgment and what you've just said about the dimensions, lack of objection, I'm minded to support the application and go against the recommendation.
You said 1.8 meters, that's about 6 foot, that's just 1 foot below that door, isn't it? There. Yeah, that's it, that's all, yeah.
Okay, you happy with that, Andreas? 'Cause I'd like to get things moving. No, you've had a go.
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, I propose we go against the officer's recommendation.
Right,
I
so-
think there's no harm.
Well, we have to vote on the recommendation itself as in front of us, and then we can an alternative forward. No, we have to do the listing first and then the application.
I see no reason why you'd come in, they're both the same application, so one vote makes pragmatic sense.
Okay, thank you, Pauline. That's a useful intervention there. Okay, so both recommendations are for refusal. I appear to have nobody proposing or seconding, so as we've done a previous social theme from the chair, that the proposer and seconder has come forward, and we will take a vote. We're voting on both listed building approval and the planning application itself. To refuse. The recommendation is to refuse.
Okay, councillor Adams. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Fisher.
Against.
Councillor Fitzpatrick. Councillor Grove-Jones. Councillor Heinrich.
Against.
Councillor Kershaw.
Against.
Councillor Mancini-Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Pearce.
Against.
Councillor Rest. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Toy. Oh, and Councillor Yasimi.
Against.
On there. This one doesn't really impact on everybody's.
Yeah, that's unanimous again.
Okay, so we've rejected the officer recommendation. We therefore need a recommendation from floor, a reasoned recommendation from the floor to approve.
Yeah, okay, so here we go again. It's the opinion of the committee that I'm looking for the right words so it fits with the heritage asset statement. So I would like some assistance from officers if possible. It's the opinion of the committee, and therefore I'm proposing that it doesn't reach the level of substantial harm or harm that, you know, and we find it acceptable. Are they appropriate words to fit? If I could have some advice, please.
So I think what you're trying to say really is that you don't consider the harm to be so substantial.
Yes.
Because that's the officer conclusion anyway. It's less than substantial harm, but you're saying the harm is so small that it's very little public benefit is needed to outweigh that harm.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
So, and that's what I'm proposing,
That's
Mr.
the
Chairman.
proposal. Thank you. Get that one? Yeah. Good. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Pearce. And we'll go to the vote. Please.
Okay, councillor Adams. Councillor Brown. 4. Councillor Fisher.
4.
Councillor Fitzpatrick. Councillor Grove-Jones. Councillor Heinrich.
4.
Councillor Kershaw. Councillor Mancini-Boyle.
4.
Councillor Pearce. Councillor Rest. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Toy.
4.
And Councillor Yasimi. Unanimous 4.
Thank you. So both listed building consent and planning permission are therefore approved for the wall.
Can I just make a clarification? We'll obviously need some conditions on there. Are you happy to delegate that to the assistant director for reasonable conditions, presumably in relation to materials and just the final detail? Thank you.
We are in agreement. Thank you. Okay. Don't wind her up, please.
Paper mache.
Okay, can we move on, please, colleagues? Really, the last one should I think be a formality. It's North Walsham PF/22/0431. It is only in front of us since the applicant is a member of staff within the building control team. So, remember I already said I have nothing to say on it. Do we need a presentation or are we?
Just a very, very quick one for me, just some updates really. So as you say, it's only here because it's a member of staff, a council member of staff. So the agenda starts page 135. I have one update. So North Walsham Town Council have confirmed they have no objection to the proposal. And also we have no public representations against. So I think the report sets out the issues succinctly. Officer recommendation is approval as set out on page 138 of the agenda.
If anybody desperately wants to say more, could I have a proposer, please? Councillor Kershaw, second, Councillor Fisher. Right, to run down the list quickly.
Okay, Councillor Adams, Councillor Brown, Councillor Fisher,
For.
Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Grove-Jones, Councillor Heinrich, Councillor Kershaw, Councillor Mancini Boyle,
For.
Councillor Pearce, Councillor Rest, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Toy,
For.
and Councillor Yassini. Unanimous for.
Unanimously, that is approved. We've just got the last couple which we should get through within the next 5 minutes following. Okay, performance update. We have the report in front of us. Unless there are any questions, I don't propose to debate this one. I think I must have anything to add, Jeff.
Chair.
No, I was just going to say we've included a list of section 106 obligations that are being drafted. So you've got clarity about those that are in the process of being drafted. I thought that'd be helpful. And I've rated them in terms of those that are taking a bit longer than we'd like, and those that agreed are good, not taking too long to complete. But there's a few on there that will come off next month's list because there's a few that we're getting out the door, which is good. I'm happy to take any questions.
It was just to say, yeah, it's really, I appreciate seeing the S106 report. It adds to the data we've got, and it's data is important. So thank you.
Okay, we are just asked to note this, so I'm happy to note. Thank you. And finally, item 16, appeals. Again, we have it all in front of us.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Philip's not here, so he's got some sort of extra knowledge about some of the cases on the list. So I'll have to just do my best. But yeah, there's a public inquiry taking place next week. I think that's for the Kelling application. So okay, that should be interesting.
No. If I understand correctly from a pre-meeting, it's a planning application, which they're putting in advance. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
This one's so confusing.
Two applications in relation to the Archaeology property will be coming to Development Committee in a fortnight's time. One is an application to vary a condition related to the original permission, and the other is an application for planning permission for an amended building.
You'll have the joy of that one. Don't you dare get COVID or anything. Okay. Andrew.
Is this the appropriate point to speak to the item about appeal decisions? Have we reached that section yet, or have I got to wait?
No, we just follow through inquiries. Hearings. So any further to add on that? Let's look fairly straightforward. Nope. So appeal decisions. Again, looking very good.
Mr. Chairman, yes, except for one particular matter, which is the one at Corpus in Saxthorpe, which sits within my ward area. On page 149, PU 200398. I think there is a little bit of concern how this appeal arose in the first place. I just wondered whether I could request a debrief in terms of what happened here and why we lost the appeal. I don't want to say too much in open session, but I think I was left with the distinct impression that this wasn't one of our finest hours as a planning authority. So I'd just like a debrief from somebody at some point. if that's possible.
Are you able to offer that, Jack?
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Okay, you happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else, then if I look at here, we don't have any private business, so
I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, that I think it's worth noting that despite the loss of one appeal here, it seems that our record through a committee and through the officers is obviously substantially correct, because we've only got one out of a group of 4 or 5 again, and that is very, very important, which means we're doing it right.
But we lose very few.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we need to get off, but I'd just like to say to Jeff, if you could thank all the officers and that involved in bringing these reports to us and giving us the information we need. It's really appreciated that we get these good thorough reports and the information that we need to proceed. Thank you very much.
And finally, before you all rush off, this is Noel's last meeting with us. He is moving on to greater things. Well, yes, we did say that, but just tell us where you're going, Noel.
I'm starting work with the Environment Agency and the National Environmental Permitting Team. So thank you very much. It's
We're going to miss you. Yeah, that's from all. They certainly.
It's been very much a privilege and an honour to serve the council and to work with you on the committee. And thank you very much for your support and kind words.
Thank you for all of that.
Noah, how many years have you been with North Norfolk?
7 years. 7 years. So there's a part of North Norfolk has been and will always be a part of me and what I've become. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Okay, meeting closed at 4 minutes to 2.
Got to say congratulations to you.